Hello, hello, everyone. Happy Halloween. Hey, Liz. How are you, hon? Happy Halloween. Día de las Brujas. Oh, you can make a cute little angel wings. Didn't mean for that, but that's perfect. Hola, hola, hola. Hey, Karen. Hey, Joyce. Joyce, I'm doing this for you because I am not feeling 100% myself. I'm doing this for you, girl. We're doing our witch. We need to finish her up. She needs a hat. She needs her hat. So we haven't quite finished her. We need to work on her. How are you, Karen? Hey, Nona. How are you feeling, hon? I hope you're feeling well. Hey, Carrie. Guys, if you're coming in, don't forget to smack the thumbs. You guys know the drill. We all smack our thumbs. Hey, so we're going to make the hat for our witch. And I just I didn't have anything else that was round. I use this here. It's from, I don't know what it's called. One of those drink thingies. I was about to throw it away, and I salvaged it to make a circle. We're going to need a piece of sandpaper. I'm using chalk paint black from Folk Art. You're going to need some muslin or any fabric. I'm going to use some wire just to shape up the hat, some fiber fill. You can use cinnamon, any cinnamon, a little bit of water, and of course you're going to need some Mod Podge to kind of dilute it and mix the cinnamon in to kind of make it rusty a little bit. Hey, Miss Patricia. How are you? Look at my gnomes, guys. I'm working on the video. I know I need to do a video. I'm working on it. Isn't he handsome? Worked on him this morning. Woke up like at 6 because I wasn't feeling so hot. And I just worked on him. So the purpose of tonight is telling freaky stories, scary stories. Here's my other fellow, or fella. At least she's more feminine, right? I think she's a little bit more feminine. Just to tell scary stories and craft a little and laughed a little and yada, yada, yada. And I'll work on some projects. After I'm done the witch's hat, I'll probably just work on some gnome stuff. And I'm working on some gnomes. Oh, and if there's Yvonne Davis, I got this in the mail, Miss Yvonne. And I mailed it out. It was supposed to be a little gift to you. And I mailed it out on the 24th of August. And it came back today. And I guess they couldn't find you. Return to sender, unable to forward, return to sender. Came back. It arrived today, but I guess they shipped it back on the 29th. Address that I have for you, Miss Yvonne Davis, is Arizona. But look how beat up that stuff goes through. I mean, luckily it was Happy Mail. Had it been a package, I would have been really upset. But Yvonne, contact me. I sent you a message on Facebook. I don't remember what I sent, to be honest. Woohoo! Good, good, good. I'm glad you got it. All right. Oh, and you're gonna need some wire. These are Florist wires that you can get at Hobby Lobby. And this is, I think I said that already. I'm not sure if I did. I'm not quite right. All right, so you're gonna trace out 2 pieces of muslin. You're gonna leave about a 1/4 inch seam. And I'm gonna go ahead and use this as my top one because that's my little lining to help me line it up, because y'all know I'm not a sewer. So we are going to glue this little circle thingy around our hat just to shape it. I'm going to go in about a 1/2 inch because I know I got the 1/4 inch in, and just glue it down and then sew it down. So do you guys get any trick-or-treaters? We got some trick-or-treaters. So who wants to start with scary stories? I have some scary stories, but they're real stories. And I tell you, scary stories are something else. Growing up with a family that was very spiritual, I have heard, I've seen, I felt, I smelled spirits. I think I read that already. So you're going to glue this down. Make sure you glue it down because you really need this to glue down pretty good. So is anybody here scared of ghosts? Does anybody think ghosts exist? No Halloween there? Oh, we got the trick-or-treaters. We had about, I don't know, 6 knock on our door. None of them were wearing a mask. And Eric forgot to put the bucket out. You had to go and get on the computer. I hope you're feeling well, Miss Nona. I'm going to try to get out there and see you. Guys, if you're coming in, don't forget to smack that thumbs. All right, so once you have it sandwiched, then bring in your top piece and just kind of sandwich it in. I like to leave, I don't turn it inside out. The reason being is because I like that rough edge so that I can just stress it out more. You believe in it for sure. Yeah, I mean, they walk among us, guys. They really do. I turned off all my lights so I won't get any tricks or treaters. I would have to go out and down the stairs all night. Oh, yeah. Well, we live in a 1-story, well, 2-story. My craft room is upstairs, but Nani was excited. Nani dressed up as SpongeBob. Carla took her out. I know she's big. She's 16, but she's still a kid at heart. You know, and I enjoy the fact that she's still a kid at heart. All right, so I'm going to go run to this through the sewing machine, and then we're going to start some scary stories. I'm going to tell you guys some of the scariest things that I have experienced growing up in a very spiritual house, okay? But I want you guys to tell me some of your scary stories, and let's compare notes. Let's see what we got going on. Hopefully we can spook some of you. I know some of you guys don't like Halloween. But we're going to say some scary, spooky stories. Maybe not so spooky. I don't think they're spooky. I'm a slow sewer. I slow. I don't even slow on the lines. Does that surprise you? Probably not. Halloween, Halloween. You love Halloween. I love Halloween. I mean, I love it to a sense. My favorite holiday, of course, is Christmas. Nothing beats Christmas. Like I can go all out. The only decorations we've had out for Halloween this year is the pumpkin witch here and my witch's boot and my witch's hat and that gothic angel. That's about it. Okay, so here we have it. Now she's movable, shapeable, twistable, whatever you want to call her. I always get a dog bite going mail 2 weeks ago. I already got a dog bite doing mail. What? He's fine. Christmas is my most favorite. Me too, Carrie. It's my most ultimate. Oh, hubby was walking around and almost bitten by a dog. Oh my God. My daughter did too at that age. I love that they have kid spirits. Yes. Yes. I believe in spirits, May, and I have shared a few. Yes. Yes, you have, Miss Patricia. I do. So growing up in a spiritual home, I would wake up in the middle of the night. My mom would be like crazy, like, child, go to sleep. Ignore whatever it is you're seeing. You know, I would hear them. They would pull my legs. I could see them. I could hear the drumming, especially very connected to Native American. All right, so we took 2 pieces of muslin. Just make a triangle, but you're not going to stitch at the bottom just because we have to do a little running stitch to gather it up. You will have to turn this one inside out. So this one we're not turning inside out. We're just going to paint away. You didn't do anything for the yard. We don't normally do anything. I gotta sneeze, guys. I must be coming down with a cold. Excuse me, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I was gonna mute it. Sorry. So, I remember, I think I started telling you guys once, we had just moved to a farmhouse in Galena, Maryland. My stepfather and my mom had just gotten married, and he was in charge of finding a place to rent. My mom had gone back to be with my grandmother in Chicago because she didn't like where we were living. So my stepdad had a job in Galena, Maryland. And so my mom sent him off so he can start that job and get a place for us to live. So he was in charge of doing that. And of course, my stepfather, being who he was, did not find a good house, and he didn't do everything he told my mom he was doing. So that house was a very scary, the floors squeaked. The presence was very heavy in that house. And I don't know, one day I was taking a shower, I was little, and my mom was going out of town or going to get some groceries, and it was just my step-grandmother and her boyfriend in the house, and I could hear the TV downstairs. And thank you. And so, thank you, Liz. And so, it was dark outside, but not dark to the point where it was like the sun was starting to go down. I looked out because something started to throw. The window in the bathroom was open. Something was coming in through the window, and the window was wide open, and I didn't know what the heck it was. So when I looked, all I saw out the window was something that was pitch black. no, you couldn't see the pupils. You couldn't see you couldn't see nothing. The iris, nothing. It was just like, it was just a black figure, like a black figure with no teeth, no eyes, nothing. And it just stood there, and I just started to scream. My step-grandmother ran upstairs and said, "What's wrong?" And I said, "There's a man standing outside throwing things." So she looked out the window. Of course, there was nothing there. She couldn't see it. And her boyfriend ran outside to see if he could find anyone, because we had cornfields all around. Do me a favor. In there is that ice water. Right here. Stop scratching. Put that cortisone on. And so they went and looked and looked and looked, and they couldn't find nothing. Nothing. And in that house, I could never sleep. I could not sleep. I kept telling my mom, there's something that's always staring at me. Something's always coming in to bother me. Something keeps talking to me. My mom would always say, "Oh, ignore it. Ignore it. Go to sleep, child. Go to sleep." Then we moved to the next house. Well, that house was just as bad. I could hear the drumming in the middle of the night. It was this Indian drummings. And I would tell my mom, "The Indians are drumming." And Mom says, "Indians? There's no Indians in this house." I said, "No, there's Indians drumming, and there's one standing next to me." And my mom says, "Child, go to sleep. Ignore that stuff." And the ice drink, it's in how was your trick-or-treating?
Oh my gosh. I could not see at all.
No?
Carla had to guide me, and like so many people kept stopping me to take pictures, and like little kids were like, "SpongeBob," even grown-ups. I couldn't see who I was waving to, so I just waved. People took pictures of me. People had their kids take pictures with me.
Aww.
A little kid punched me.
A little kid punched you?
Like, I couldn't see her. Like, I knew somebody was in front of me because like I saw the shadow, but I couldn't see her. So like I looked down, and she's like, I was like,
just what you like to see, right? Little kid punching you.
and someone grabbed my nose. And she was like, "You have a good nose." I was like, "Thank you." Since I gotta go put cortisone on.
Nadia went dressed up as
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob. Anyway.
A lot of people said I had a good costume.
And so about the time I was a teenager, my mom moved to this house. And I don't know if the homeowners were just a little bit on the, did not approve of us living there. But every night I would sit down to do my homework. I can feel them go right by me. They would pull my hair. I could feel the breeze. If I went to bed, they would pull on my feet. I could see that thing going into the closet, and I would tell my mom there's something in my closet. And then it wasn't until my sister-in-law came, and she was, Pentecostal Christian, and she stayed in my room. That woman, she woke up so frantic because she said something attacked her. And I said, "See, Mom, I told you there's something in that room." And Mom says, "But you're always seeing them." I didn't think anyone else would be seeing them. And so my sister-in-law was so freaked out by the fact that this, whatever that was in my room, was trying to possess her, that she said she could not sleep in that room, and she made my brother get her a plane ticket to go back to Puerto Rico. She was just so freaked out. Are you guys there? No one's talking. You guys there? Am I putting you guys to sleep? Am I just talking to myself? You want to make sure you get in between the two little pieces of fabric here. Are you guys there? Miss Joyce, where are you with your scary stories? I know that time in my bedroom, my nephew was just a baby. And I just laid him down to sleep next to me. And whatever it was, this force, black force, just jumped on me. And I just feel the pressure on me. And all I could see was a ugly black face. It was just a shadowy face. It was ugly and just ugly figure, a disfigured figure. And all I kept thinking was going to get my nephew. Hi, Tone. How are you? And so, I kept praying and I kept praying. And I remember my mom would always say, if you ever get those things coming near you, because my mom was spiritual as well, just say, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, because there's good spirits and then there's bad spirits that are always trying to possess you. So I remember my mom saying that to me. So I said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And as soon as I said that, whatever that force was, it disappeared. I ran to my mom and I told her. I was a teenager. I was in high school, and I fell asleep with my grandmother in her bed with her. And my mom says, you are such a chicken. And I said, I sure am. I said, I am not afraid to admit that I'm afraid of whatever the heck is in that room. And my mom says, it's not going to do nothing to you. I said, if it's black and I can't see it, I don't trust it. They say that those black figures are people who died and hadn't passed over. Yes, I know. And they're lost spirits. And that's what I think it was in there. Either that, I don't know if I just had a spirit that attached itself to me. Because it seemed like I had seen something like that when I was younger, when I was in that shower, and then it followed me again. I don't know. But in that house, the weirdest stuff would happen. Like you could hear them walking up the stairs. And then we moved into another farmhouse. I don't know what the heck my mom, she was fascinated with these damn farmhouses. So we moved to another farmhouse. And in that farmhouse, the labor camp, it was a labor camp that my dad worked at. And they turned it into, my dad was a supervisor, so they turned it in for a house for the supervisor to live in, which was my dad. The guys would complain that they would see a woman dressed up in white clothes calling them, and one of the guys nearly jumped out the window in the second floor of the house. And so they thought that the guys were making this up. And the guys eventually all kind of caved in and said they didn't want to live in this house. Well, then my father, the house was empty, and my father talked to the owner. He says, hey, I'll move in there and fix it up. And so we moved in there on my senior year of high school. Well, I remember my mom decided to go visit my grandmother, and I said, oh, I'll stay with my brother. Was going to be home and he was working. I said, I'll stay with my brother. And I thought I'd be brave and stay by myself. And it'd be party time in the USA, party in the Rodriguez house. So I lay down, and I kid you not, I fall asleep, and I felt when my body, it was lifting up from the bed just like that. Like, here's the bed, or there's the bed, and I was just lifting up. And I tried grabbing onto the mattress because I knew this was not normal, and I kept trying and grabbing, and I saw when a little girl ran from one end of my room to the other end of the room. She had short hair up to her shoulders, and she was dressed like early, probably 1900s clothes. I mean, it was old clothes, old clothes. I had experienced a black figure that would lay on me at night, and I couldn't move. And my mother told me to say, in the name of Jesus Christ, get off of me, get out of the house and leave me. Yeah, that's what would happen to me. That black figure, it was horrible. And they don't let you like move. They won't let you move. So that night I was so frantic, and I'm like, oh my God, Mom's not here. Mark was working at night because Mark was working the night shift, wherever he was working. Mark was my older brother. I was like, who am I gonna go, turn on the lights in my bedroom? Because I was such a chicken. I would sleep with my lights on all the time, but I thought I could be a big girl and sleep with my lights off. Well, as soon as I saw Marcos, I was like paralyzed in the bed. I didn't want to move. I didn't, because whatever was in my room was just running crazy in my room. And I didn't want to freak it out more than it was already freaking me out. So as soon as I saw Marco's car windows pull up, because my window was in the front of the house, and I heard him coming up the stairs. I said, Marco, and he's like, what? I said, please turn on the lights to my room. Please turn them on. There's something in my room. He says, oh my God, did you see it too? Well, in the back room of that house, it could be 150 degrees outside. That back bedroom was always like an ice box. And that's where Marco always slept. And he says that there was a woman that would be dressed in white calling him all the time. And that's the same thing, whatever it was, the guys that used to live there used to say that would call them to come close to the window, almost like wanting them to jump out the window. Well, we later found out when the guys were digging a tree, there was, they had found several bodies buried there, and they were dressed up with Civil War clothes. And apparently the woman was someone that hung herself in one of the trees. So, but she was from the Civil War time. And so Marco said, that woman keeps coming to me and calling to me every night. He says, that's why I get high, because I don't want to see it. My brother was into drugs. Shouldn't be saying that, but he was. Poor thing. It was all black. There was you can't see teeth. You couldn't see eyes. You couldn't see none of that.
I'm showing you my bounty. I'm missing this. There's a lot of bounty.
Wow. You want to show the ladies? Or just make sure you know. She went trick-or-treating. Look at all the goodies she got.
From that. And it goes far. I don't know how far it goes. Close to my hand.
So 6 inches deep.
Yeah.
And about 18 inches wide. Happened when you lived in North Carolina. Yeah, it was. Mine was a black figure. It's not. I mean, it's a black spirit of something that has not crossed over. And it wouldn't talk to me. It would just attack me. Just attack me for whatever reason. It wouldn't talk to me. And the little girl, she would just come out and play in my room. It just scared the hell out of me, because I could see the little girl completely. A young little girl, probably about the age of 10. And she would come out and play in my room. I was overseas when it happened. Oh, wow. And see, another time that happened to me, it was when Carla, I was always not wanting to be into the spiritual stuff that my family was into. Was very skeptical about getting into that. You know, my mom was a spiritualist. My grandfather was a spiritualist. The whole family was into that. I just wasn't into that. So see, it looks kind of crinkly. That's what we're going to use the sandpaper for. I was just not into that. And so, no, we got to turn this inside out. Happened 3 times, yeah. See, I've seen that dark figure. I don't know if I cling on to it. And they say if you're in the crossroads, it's even you pick up spirits. Like don't stand at a crossroad because you pick up spirits. Now, you know, now that I'm initiated into Santeria, I know better not to stand ever in a crossroads. But yeah, you never want to stand in a crossroads. Oh, I'm trying to find something to turn this. So anyway, all right, let's get this. The dogs are going crazy because kids are coming to our house to trick or treat. Trick or treat.
No.
All right, I'm not gonna paint this one until I get it nice and stiff or nice and stuffed, and I'm gonna put some metal in here, metal wire, just so that we can get it to bend up. So anyway, another time that I saw this force was when Carla was a baby. Her dad worked at night. And I was living in a trailer that his brother lived on the other end. And so his brother also worked at night, and his wife would stay with me while they worked at night. Anyway, one night I laid Carla down, and I always laid her on her side against my chest because I was so paranoid about SIDS. You know, she was my firstborn, and I was being so paranoid that she wouldn't, you know, suffocate while she was sleeping. So I would lay her with her back to my belly. I had the same dream for years where I was maybe 10 years old living in a huge Victorian home. I had never seen a house like it. Someone pushed me down the stairs. One of my twins could see the black figure also, and she was only 4. She would scream at night. See, when I tried to scream, it's like you try to scream, you try to get the words out, and you try to call for somebody, but no one hears you. And it's like they have this hold on you, and you're trying to grab whatever it is that's on you, but you can't grab it. You can't scream. It's like they have full control of your body. And until you say, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, they do not let go. They do not let go. It's very scary. Well, anyway, so all right, so I got the wire in there. It's on one side. I'm going to stuff it in with some of this stuffing, polyfill. My bedroom in North Carolina was very cold, and it happened to me. Yes. You know, I tend to think that when there's a force, you can tell because the rooms get really, really, they typically are cold because that's where they linger. They linger the most. I want the tip to be, I don't want it to too filled, too fluffy on the top, because I want it to be able to curl it, see, like that. So anyway, I had Carla laying down, and something kept saying, you know, would wake me up. It was like they would push me, like literally push me, and my back would hit Carla. And I would look, and it would say, the baby, the baby, the baby. And I would look, and she was sleeping. The third time they did that, Carla was sitting up. So this is the bed going with the head this way and the feet out that way towards the door. And her belly is to my chest. When I looked up the third time after they pushed me, telling me the baby, I sat up and looked, and Carla was sitting on the bed looking over my right shoulder. And when I looked to my right, it was this figure. And it was just a skeletal face. It was the first time I was actually able to see a skeletal face, and it had a black robe on it. And I screamed, and I just kept screaming and screaming so that the girl that was living with us could hear me. And finally, she came running to my room, and she says, "Did you see that too?" She says, "I've been seeing that for every night since I moved here." And I said, "Oh my gosh." I said, "That is the most scariest thing that I had ever seen." I said, "Normally I see it just pitch black, but this time I saw the skeletal form with a black robe." And then because I had, for years, I had feared, not that I feared, I just didn't want to be into what my family was into. I called up my mom. I said, "Okay, where do I sign up? Where do I need to go?" I said, this thing keeps bugging me for years now. I said, "Where do I need to go to get this under control? Because I need to get these spirits under control." And that's the first time I let my mom take me to somebody. I was already 25 years old when that happened. And I said, "Sign me up. Take me to somebody, because I want this stuff to stop." No one, yep, that's the same here. It's like you're in a place that no one hears you. All right, so I'm going to go in, and I'm just going to make a quick running stitch. That's why Nani now wants to move to an old Victorian house. I said, "Nuh-uh, child, I do not do old houses." And even with new houses, because even in this house, we have heard some stuff. And I know that there's something in here, because I seen the reflections of it passing by. And even when we bought our first house in San Antonio, I saw a guy dressed up in old, like Civil War clothes. I don't know. But that here there was more of the Alamo, the Battle of the Alamo. You're in your 20s. Maybe it's because we're vulnerable in our 20s. I don't know. I remember when I first got initiated into Santeria, and Eric was not he's never been a believer of anything. We were having some financial problems, because I was taking care of two houses. I was taking care of my mom's house and our house, and trying to medically take care of my mom, financially, medically, emotionally, in every aspect. We were taking care of my mom. All right, that's good enough. And so just gather it. We're just going to glue it down. And so I was in college working on my first degree, and because we were paying for two houses, we didn't have the money for our cable. And we had it turned off. So anyway, I said, let's just, let's let mom have it, because she needs it. She needs it because of her medical conditions. She needs it more than we do. We're at work. The kids are always, they can watch, their little videos or whatever. So we chose to let my mom have the cable, and we cut ours. Well, I needed the internet, and because I had an assignment. Okay, so that's going to sit just like that on there. I had an assignment. I'm not going to do the little hidden ladder stitch on there. I'm just going to glue it. Mom said I loved stairs as a child. She couldn't me off of them. She couldn't get you off of them. I have been there taking care of two homes and a mom. Yes. Well, we were trying to do a lot on Eric's. At the time, he was staff sergeant. He wasn't making that much money in the military. As much as people want to say the military has a great life. Yeah, no. And so we were struggling, and I was trying to, make sure my mom was comfortable, keeping her comfortable, because as long as she was comfortable with her cancer treatments and everything, I was happy. I didn't care about anything else. So I needed the internet to do one of my assignments that was due. And I went in and I did my prayer. And we hadn't had, the internet cable, everything was shut off. Hey, Eric, can you come up there for a minute? It had been a couple days since we had all that shut off. Anyway, I went in. Eric was never, he didn't know much about Santeria or anything like that, or spirits. That's not what he grew up with. I went in and I prayed because I knew that we couldn't afford to get our cable and stuff put on, but I needed some time to get my assignments done for school. Do you remember when I went in?
Ow! God dang you, dogs.
When I first got initiated, and I went in and I did a prayer, walked out. We hadn't had, how long had it been since we hadn't had cable?
We didn't have cable or
internet for how long? Like a week?
a week.
Yeah. So I went in and I was just really upset because it was just decisions we had to make. Either we put food on our table or
We help at your mom's house.
yeah, we put food on our table and help my mom pay her bills, or we had internet and cable. And I knew I had schoolwork to do, and I just figured I could have gotten some done at work, but I wasn't able to because I had a busy work week. Well, anyway, I went in, did my prayer, came out. I was crying, and we were in the kitchen, right, Eric?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden,
The phone rang 3 times.
the phone on our kitchen rang 3 times. So mind you, the phone, internet, all of that was connected. And Eric just looked at me and he says, "Did the phone just ring?" I said, "Yeah." And then the TV went off upstairs. And Eric ran upstairs and he's like, "Wait a minute. There's no way. That's not possible. That's just not possible." So you want to say what your thing about it, Eric?
Yeah, so the phone rang.
Do you guys hear Eric? Can you guys hear him? Ladies, say hi to the ladies.
Hello.
You're Eric, by the way, before the ladies respond to me and you go on with your story. If you are in the military, and because Patricia says her oldest daughter and husband were in the Air Force and they qualified for food stamps. So we never qualified for food stamp because here it was up. It's you got to make I don't know. Eric made, according to them, $3,000 a month was too much. Okay, so if you're in the military, you've been married for 10 years, and then you get a divorce, and then he goes on with his life, and you go on with your life, and then he retires a couple years after that.
Mm-hmm.
Do you, as a ex-wife, can you still dip into his retirement even though you're retired? You're no longer married?
Yep. If they hit that 10-year mark, yes, they can.
There you go. There you go. Tell your daughter that.
I had a buddy.
Can you hear him? Can you hear him? They can hear you.
I had a buddy who got out at 19 years and 11 months. 11 and a half months. Just so he wouldn't have to retire and give his ex-wife half or part of his money or part of his retirement and medical care.
So there you go. I will not say who that message pertains to, but just let her know. Go after him. She can get her benefits for his retirement because she was married to him for 10 years. Go after him.
Was he married for 10 years while he was in the service?
Yes. Yes. And then they got divorced. And then he went on to do his, tell him to do it now. Hi, Lynn. He went out, he cheated on her. And he went out and did his thing. He's not married yet, so she needs to hurry up and do it before he decides to marry this other chick.
It doesn't even matter.
It doesn't?
No.
All right, because he was married. She was married to him for 10 years while he was active duty, right?
I think Rob's dad is doing that. Rob's dad and mom. Because they got divorced, but he has to. Rob's dad. Part of his retirement. Part of his retirement goes to Rob's mom.
There you go. Tell her to do it. Tell her to do it. And if you have any questions, call me tomorrow. You have my number. I'm not going to say who you are. You know who this message is to. Okay, tell them the story about what happened that day, because you were never a believer of anything. Eric's very skeptical about things, but he's seen things, right, Eric?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell him the story.
All right. So we had electric, or no, we hadn't had phone, cable, or internet for quite a while, about a week. And I know May had a paper that needed to get done, and we didn't know what to do. It was either pay our bills or pay her mom's bills to make sure she had a roof over her head. So we took the sacrifice because our kids were young and they really didn't care about much of nothing yet. But we came home, or May came home from work, and she was kind of panicking because she had this paper to do and we didn't know what to do. And she went and did something, and we were sitting in the kitchen and the phone rang 3 times.
Yeah, I just got out of my my little prayer room.
Yeah, it just rang 3 times and didn't ring anymore. And for some reason, I had left the TV on upstairs, and the TV, I could start hearing noise coming from the TV. So I went up there and looked, and we had the TV was on. Then we checked the internet, and the internet was working. So May sat down, worked on her paper, got her paper done. And after 3 days, the cable.
No, you called the cable company.
After 3 days, the cable, the internet, and the phone went out again. So I called the cable company and asked them, why did y'all turn it back off? Or you just turned it on? And they told me it was never turned back on.
Yeah. And she said, does he have to have died? No. He does not have. He could still be alive, and her claim still whatever she needs to claim. What was the other story that freaked you out? My mom was one when we were driving. The deer. Remember when we hit the deer? The deer looked straight at us. And it was like, for some reason, when my mom died, I swear she was, you guys probably think I'm crazy, but I swear my mom and my grandfather and my grandmother, who were mother, father, and daughter, died and reincarnated into deers. Every time I have the hardest time in my life, I could be walking and I run across some deers. So when my mom died, just as we were leaving and pulling out from her driveway, 3 deers came up and they were like standing there, would not leave. They just watched us leave. And Eric had just gotten this new car, and we were leaving Maryland, crossing into Pennsylvania. The highway was, it was steady busy. It was busy. The cars were it was a really busy highway. And for some reason, this deer crossed right in front of the car. The big beady eyes looked straight at us. I could remember seeing those big beady eyes. We hit the deer for some reason. I don't know, by the grace of God, the car spun around and we pulled into the side lane, right?
Yeah, got up on the shoulder.
On the shoulder, and no cars. For some reason, I got cold chills. Some reason, it was like something hit the pause button. And I got goosebumps. Look at that. Goosebumps. Something hit the pause button. All the traffic stopped. And we just sit there in the shoulder. And after that, all the cars, it's like everything was unpaused and the cars started going really fast by us. And I just said, what the hell just happened? Eric got out of the car. The front was smashed. We managed to get, again, because he was in the military. He didn't make a whole lot of money. We managed to get into a hotel with what little money we had. And somehow or another, I don't even know how we drove that clunker all the way from Pennsylvania to North Dakota in the winter. It was October. Well, no, it was November, because I voted the day we left. I went and voted. And for some reason, it was cold. We got into North Dakota. It was snowing. And we managed to pull in. The car was almost on fire when we pulled it into the driveway. But for some reason, that deer, I say, was my mom protecting us that day, that night. Yeah. What other freaky stories do we have? You remember any other freaky stories?
I can't think of one.
Eric has always been really skeptical about religions and stuff like that. But that kind of stuff, it stuck to him hard. I just went into one prayer. It's just, I don't know if it's just the faith that I have into something. I put faith into it. Look at my witch's hat, guys. Isn't she cute? Does anybody want to come on the panel and tell freaky stories other than me? My voice might not make it all night. Some people have no manner. Someone just came in and grabbed a whole bucket of our candy that we had in the front. So rude. Anybody want to come on the panel and tell some freaky stories? And I had this strong feeling in my heart to give him some money. Wait a minute. Today, when I went to the city for groceries, there was this man, maybe 40-ish, had a strong feeling in my heart to give him some money. So I gave him 10. Oh, I've done that too. Because you know what? There's a lot of things, a lot of people don't understand Santeria and stuff like that. And it has a lot of prayers and believing in God and stuff like that. But you have a belief that if you see someone in the crossroads or in the streets that's peddling, sometimes they are peddlers that wants to have their necks fixed, but not always. And there's a belief that you might miss a blessing just because you're fooled by the appearance of somebody. In other words, if someone looks like a peddler, dirty, you know, homeless, and you ignore him just because of his appearance, and you don't give him something, $1 or whatever, you're probably skipping out on a blessing, because by giving him that $1, you just don't know if that person will bless you with something big. You guys understand what that means? In other words, you just never know when you're going to run across someone that could bless you. Just because their appearance looks like they're homeless, or, you know, someone that has seen better days, and you just think that, oh, that person doesn't need the money because they're going to go and get, you know, use it for drugs or whatever, and you just blow them off because you're judging them and stereotyping them because they're homeless. You just don't know if you're going to be passing by a blessing. And I always think, I go like Miss Patricia. I go by my feeling of my heart. And whenever I see someone like that, I always give them a couple bucks, because you just never know when that blessing that you're giving that person can turn around and bless you as well. Not the person themselves, but something in nature can turn around and bless you. Yeah, like you can see somebody, but not all of them calls to you, but there's always that one magnetic force that draws you to somebody that makes you want to go over there and help them out. And I've done that a lot, because you just never know. You just never know. Tonight is full moon too. They haven't had a full moon in a long time. Halloween night. I see a man sometimes ago who was standing at an intersection holding a sign. His sign said, "I am drunk and I really need a drink." At least he was honest. At least he was honest. Gosh. Yes. I never judge anybody for their personal appearance. I just let it go by what's in my heart, what I feel. You know, I just don't like to judge somebody just like that, because they're weak and vulnerable people. That something in their lives went wrong. But just because they've hit hard bottoms, hard times, doesn't mean that you should be the one to judge them. I just don't feel that, that you should be the one to judge someone like that. So, all right, there she be. Now we're gonna distress her a little bit here. I put that there. Let's get her Madame here. Oh, she's gonna look cute. Look at that. Isn't she gonna look cute? Madame, 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 Madame. Okay. Get the sandpaper. You just want to step it up a little and make it really, so it's not so shiny. Miss Joyce, what stories you got for us? Anyone else with a story that has happened to them? Yeah, anyone else? Come on, ladies. You know, I hear stories. They stop at the side of the road. My son was telling me that he stopped to pick up somebody, or he saw something ran into him, and he stopped, and he turned around and he looked, and there was no one there. Something to that. He was telling me not long ago. I was in the back roads, and I was like, "Yeah, never stop for anybody in the back roads." I'll have to get him to tell me that when he gets home, so he can tell me the full story. But you just never know. So much stuff that happens out there in the weird world. Come on, guys. Who else has stories? The one house that we lived in, we can hear them. You can hear them in the kitchen washing dishes. They would wash dishes. You could hear the sink going off, but you look in the kitchen, there's nothing there. Nothing. There's nobody in the kitchen. Nothing washing dishes. Nothing. It was just, you know. I guess you would want to say a figment of our imagination. I don't know. No, our ears more like, because you could hear them. We would all hear them washing dishes. Miss, where's Miss Cray Cray? Where'd she go? Cray Cray. I'm just going to take some Mod Podge, and I'm going to mix it in with a little bit of try not to mix too much of it. With some water and some cinnamon. Hey, Sheila. Ted Bundy wanting to kill me is my secret. What? Tell us a story. Happy Halloween, Sheila. Tell us the story, Joyce, of Ted Bundy wanting to kill you. I'm going to mix it in with a little bit, dilute it with a little bit of water. And so the Mod Pod with a little bit of cinnamon is just to give it a nice rusty effect. I kind of sprinkle it, and then I burnish it off. This is an optional. You don't have to do this part. Entirely up to you. And again, you don't have to do which. You can do a Santa hat like this. Make a Santa centerpiece. Joyce, you start telling us, and then you leave us hanging, girl. What's up with that? I'm here for you, girl. We just want to stick that cinnamon on there, but we want it to look dirty, like a dirty witch, you know. She's been out doing her potion somewhere, leaving her mark. I was asleep, sitting up. You better not be falling asleep. You better wake up. We are in here for you. Look at this Can you? I'm going to go over to Tennessee and smack her. Somebody smack her for me, please. Oh, look, I didn't even look at that. Look how bad I painted that. Let's get that black paintbrush again. What happened? It's not copper. It's just cinnamon. It's just cinnamon to give it a nice rusty effect. It gives it a nice rust effect to it. Make it look grungy. Make like she's out there in the woods doing her no good. No good. Doing her ritual stuff. You want to use Dollar Tree or cheap cinnamon. I don't know why we have this organic one. I think that was because that was all we could find. They woke me up. Wait a minute. I was asleep sitting in the back seat. They woke me up and he had a sign which I couldn't read, but it was later I learned who he was. Oh my gosh. Oh, in 1971, I went to Florida with my friend and her sister, Ted Bundy. And her sister, Ted Bundy, pulled aside us on the interstate. I was asleep sitting in the back seat. They woke me up and I had a sign which I couldn't read, but it was later I learned that he was Ted Bundy. Oh my gosh. Now I'm catching on, Miss Joy. Sorry about that. How did you find out it was Ted Bundy? Can you imagine? You almost didn't make it. Instead of saying you almost didn't get away with it, you almost didn't make it. Can you imagine? You guys ever had an experience like that? I remember one time we went trick-or-treating when we first came to the States in Maryland. We were in Maryland. We lived in Galena, Maryland when we first came to the States, when my mama moved to the States. And we had the manager for the tree nursery. He and his wife with his daughter and grandson took us trick-or-treating. And I remember in one of the houses that we stopped, it was in the dark woods, a dark wooded road, little tiny house. I swear, I'll say that whatever was in that house was a witch. All I could hear was some noise. And I told the man, I said, I'm not stopping in that house. You take me home now. I was little. I was about, it was my first year here in the States, so I was not even 8 years old yet. Oh, on the news. Well. All right. Here she is, all grunged up. I'm going to put a bell on her tip, the tip of her. Just a rusty. My daughter married her high school boyfriend, and his last name is Bundy. I have 3 grandkids with that. Oh my God. Does anyone ever stop her and question whether or not they're related to Ted Bundy? He was driving a Volkswagen. Wow. So you could have been one of his victims, Miss Joyce. Can you imagine? You probably would have not been here telling us this. Abra, abracadabra. Oh, this thing is hard. No, but her last husband's name is Shell. Shell Bundy. Her last husband's name is Shell. Shell Bundy was his name? Shell Bundy. Can you imagine? She's going to change her name back to her birth name when her son graduates in spring. Aww. I'm gonna fly in the middle of November. Who the heck? You hate autocorrect. Yes, I do too. No. I hate autocorrect, but she remarried. Her last name is Shell, and he cheated. Oh. That's the fella, huh? Corn Shell. I'm just covering up the little black thread. The little white thread, sorry, not black. Abracadabra. Corn Shell. What was the other one you were saying? Handy. Wait a minute. Yours is Handy. Patricia Handy. And they would tease you because your last name was Handy. The kids did. All right, there's Sheevy. She's so pretty. Move some of this junk that I got around me. And we already had a bow going in for it. I'm gonna reach out and grab you. Your dog's playing tuggy. This might be a little bit too big for that, so we might have to compromise. Yeah, we might have to do something about that. You go in there. Sure. Oh, that's right. You were telling me. Your oldest daughter had to wear acorn on the back of her warm-up jacket on basketball. I had a friend from a question, ladies. Did any of you name your children when the letter of their first name clashed with their last name? No. But Ouija boards. So I remember I was working at a what do you call that? It was called AMP Super Fresh. It was a grocery store, a local grocery store where I lived growing up in Smyrna, Delaware. Actually, it was, yeah, Smyrna, Delaware. But we were teenagers, and I was a cashier, and there is another girl there that was in my high school. And that was the summer of my 10th grade year. And they decided they were going to go play with a Ouija board. I knew the consequences because coming from a spiritual family, I knew that there was some consequences to that. So I told them, don't play with spirits. Don't open up doors or gates that you cannot close yourself. They decided they were going to go out and they were trying to get me to do it. And I said, no way. Heck to the no. I am going home. Well, they went and started playing with a Ouija board. And those kids came back freaked out because whatever it was attached to her, it was a spirit of a kid, of a young boy who would throw things in her room, she said. If her boyfriend came near her, he would get pushed. Weird scratches all over her arms. And I told her, I said, you opened the gates to something that you should have never opened. So they had to go back. So look at her. Isn't she adorable, guys? I think we need more of the purple on her, but I think she's adorable. Just the way she is. I like her. Need to put more glue in here. Let's see. Don't open up doors or gates that you don't know what. She's absolutely darling, guys. I need to do one for Christmas. I like her little crooked hat. No, she's a pumpkin. She's not going to have hair. She's a pumpkin. She's a pumpkin witch. No hair. She's the hairless witch. I think she's adorable. I like her with just that little trim there. I think I'm just not going to put that trim. I was going to put this on her, but I think that just with what she's got going on, I think this will be too much. I don't know. I'll decide later if I put that on. You'll see her in her photo shoots, as I call it. Her photo shoots. She'll get some photo shoots. If I decide to put that bow on, I will put the bow on. But if I don't, I don't. All right, on to the next project. So we're done with Halloween, right? We're done with Halloween stuff. I know some of you guys are probably happy about that because some of you guys don't like Halloween. She's a pumpkin witch. Yeah, just like Jack the Skeleton, you know. She's a pumpkin witch. All right, so I'm going to do a separate tutorial. I am going to do a tutorial on the gnomes. But what we're going to do, let's see. I like to do my Christmas stuff separate. I don't know. I could show you real quick how to do one, and then you guys can go off. Do your all right. So these are Dollar Tree socks, right? These are Dollar Tree socks. You sure may. You may ask Miss Sheila. All right. So, you know, you get these Dollar Tree socks. And then you can get these little pairs of 3 foot liners. Or you can get pantyhose. Good night. Or you can get these foot liners or pantyhose. Because this has a pack of 3, I just went and grabbed this. My friend refers to me as a grounder. Do you know about this? She says I protect her from evil spirit. That means that there's people, it's like a healer, that you're more sensitive to the spirits. Spirits don't harm you. You kind of ground them. You kind of calm them in a way that it doesn't harm others. So in other words, say for instance, we're in a spirit setting and there's spirits all around. Some people attract kind of like the bad spirits, whereas you're more of the grounding, neutral thing that you can ground them so that they're not as a strong force. Does that make sense? Does anyone have a feeling something bad? Yes, I do. We did have a demon in my house attracting my daughter physically. I prayed and told it to leave and alone, and it worked. Yeah, you have it's more like there's some people that can calm the spirit, has more of a grounding voice to them so that they can, it's like when I say I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, and they tend to go away. They tend to hear more the voice of a grounding person than someone who's weak and vulnerable. Spirits tend to attract vulnerable people. If you're a vulnerable person, very sensitive, that doesn't know how to deflect their negative energies, you get entrapped into their spirit realm, and they can sometimes suck you in, whereas you're living a life of misery. You know, a lot of bad things happen in your life because you're being sucked by these evil spirits, because let's face it, spirits wants to take you to the other side. Most of them do. So when you're in a grounding stage, you tend to mellow them out so they're not causing harm to others. So it's almost like you're a healer, a cleanser. You can ground whatever is happening so that that spirit's not hurting someone. That makes sense? It's like a healer. And not anyone can just do that. Like, my grandfather, something he did in his earlier life, he had these more spiritual strength because of things that he had done in his life. And he could never really talk about it because it was something secretive he did. But he was very spiritual. And he says it only a certain few people could cross that side. And it's because they had to be able to go through something harsh with the spirits. I don't want to say like sell your soul, but basically, I want to say that it is something like that. But he said it was something he went through. He couldn't really talk about it, but he went through something where he had to go through several doors, and in each door, they had to go through certain things to accept each of these spirits that they were given. And these spirits, whenever someone came to him that had some kind of situation in her life where he needed to cleanse them of whatever it was, he utilized these spirits to be able to remove whatever it was in that person's life that was causing the negative issues in that person's life. So in order for him to do that, he had to go through those 7 doors of whatever it was he went through. I never got to get it out of him. And I never, hi Aristi, he had a notebook with all that stuff. But at the time, I was not into that stuff. Like, that was not me. And so he never gave it to any of us because he just thought that no one wanted it. And I just thought that was just too much. He said you had to be really strong to get through the 7 doors. And my mom said that he wanted to pass it on to me, but I did not want that because I didn't know what was going on in that 7th door. You had to prepare yourself, and I was not about to go through whatever the hell was in the 7th door. You went through 1 door, the 2nd door, the 3rd door, and the 7th door. It was something really strong, a strong force that you had to get. And I was like, heck to the no. But anyway, when he ever cleansed, he utilized spirits in order to cleanse people. And I know, being the fact that I've done that myself in the past, you utilize some spirits to be able to cleanse someone, to be able to help someone, whatever it is that they're going through. I can tell you that once there was a lady that came to me from New York and had a big hole in her foot. Doctors couldn't heal it. No one could heal it. But I know that from what some of the teaching that my grandfather gave me, that they asked me if I can heal it. Well, my grandfather was too old, but he told me some of the stuff to do to apply to her to heal the lady. Well, when the lady came to my house and sat down, I remember I was in the kitchen stirring up the herbs in the pot. And I was praying over the herbal stuff that I was about to use on the woman that my grandfather told me to use. So when the woman showed me her foot, I turned around, I looked at my mom, and I said, no way, no how. And my mom said, this woman came all the way from New York to see you, and you're going to do it. And I said, ooh, no, I'm not. And the reason is because I have a weak stomach. And it was a huge hole. I mean, it was pus was coming out of it. And I was like, I'm going to vomit on this woman. And so my mom says, well, you need to do what you need to do. Well, we have what we call montar caballo. Montar caballo means when you're mounting, it sounds stupid in English, it's mounting a horse. But montar caballo for us is when a person as myself allows a spirit to come and take over our bodies so that they can do what they need to do. So because I had a healing spirit, I allow that healing spirit to come into my body and take control of my body so that spirit can cleanse that woman. Does that make sense to you? Because I told my mom, me as May would never come near that foot because I would throw up on her. But me with the spirit of a cleanser, a healer, I would allow that spirit, and I was young, I would allow that spirit to do it. So the lady came, I healed her with that spirit. I did everything that my grandfather, because my grandfather was there, but my grandfather was in his 80s. I did what I needed to do, healed her, and sent her off. That lady every year would come and bring me something for Christmas because I was the only person who was able to heal her that foot. She had gone to every doctor, and it was basically something that was done to her so that she could lose her leg. She had gone to every doctor. No one could heal her. No one could figure out what was wrong with her. And whatever my healing spirit did, it was able to heal her foot. People seek me out with their troubles all the time. When I went out, total strangers just started confiding in me. This part of, yes, you're like a sponge. When you're a grounder, you're like a sponge. You absorb everybody's energies. Everybody sees you like, okay, I can go to that person and confide in that person, and they leave you all their stuff, and you need to cleanse yourself. When you're a grounder and you're a sponge, grounder sponge, you need to cleanse yourself because you pick everybody's energy, and that stuff starts to eat you. It starts to get to you. So you need to always keep yourself grounded as well. He was strong enough to handle this. Yes, he was. My grandfather was, because he was doing it since he was a little kid. Since he was just a little boy, he was healing people. So he was used to it. And he had done that in his early youth. But I wasn't prepared for none of that stuff. I regret it now because, you know, he taught my mom so much. So, all right. So you're going to need some Dollar Tree socks. I already have, this is really nice one. I like these because you can cut it and use the little hats. But we're going to use the bottom of one of these, and you just need one. And I'm not going to do a full tutorial. I guess I'll have to do another tutorial for this. All right, so you just cut the size of your gnome. And I go about there. You're going to need your polyfill and maybe some thread, or twine has worked the best. Well, yes, you need to always, you know what's really good for cleansing yourself? Because we pick up, I'm like that. I tend to ground a lot of people. When people come around me, they tend to feel a lot at ease because you give them that peaceful energy that they need so that they can feel more calm. You're more of a removing of the negative stuff that's around them. So you pick up and absorb all the stuff around them. So what you can use is Palo Santo. It's a sacred stick. It's called Palo, P-A-L-O, Santo. You can burn some of that and cleanse yourself with that. You can use sage. There's a lot of stones too. Honestly, I'm not into stones. But I know that there's people that carry stones to cleanse themselves, but I'm not into stones. I tend to use a lot more of the herbal stuff because that's what my grandfather taught me. That's what my mom taught me. So Palo Santo, we always use three bitter herbs, odd numbers, and we follow, after we do 3 bitters, we follow through with 3 sweet, because once we remove, you have to now bring in. So you remove any negative stuff that you took out, but now you have to bring the good stuff back in. So just so you know, not to freak you guys out. All right, so this one is about 7 inches. I would say 7 inches. Oh my gosh, I was so wrong. 8 inches, 8.5 inches. Okay. So you start with that. I like the top of this one, but we'll see. This is for the arms, but I found something else that I'm going to show you guys, and I'll probably do that on the video. Something else I found for that. All right, these, what I use for the bottom of my things is this, or you can use these rocks, and these are from Dollar Tree, and the socks are also from Dollar Tree. You can use these stones, pack them for $1, or these, whichever works for you. I already have a little cup here. It's not a cup, it's a recyclable bottle. I have 1, 2, it goes up to the second line. That's how much I fill in and put in there. These are the 16-ounce bottles of water. And I just went up to the second mark. You should be able to use 1 pack, make 2 gnomes out of it. You can also use rice, but rice is very essential here. We don't use our rice for anything but for food, because you just never know when times will get hard. So I don't use my rice for none of that stuff. You can use kitty litter too, but again, I don't use that stuff. I have used it in the past. All right, so get your polyfill, get your twine. I just have my twine here. And again, you can get it at Dollar Tree. They have twine that you can use for this. Cheaper the better. They have a pack of 3. There's some things, I want to be honest. Dollar Tree has a troll or a gnome. I call them trolls. They look like trolls. They have a gnome for $1. I have to be honest. Not everything in Dollar Tree do we need to buy, because I don't think everything in Dollar Tree is worth buying. I don't like tacky home decor. I just don't see the need for that. I see all the videos for, you know, the Dollar Tree home decors. I just don't care for that kind of stuff. So you fill it up to as much as you want, right? This is my Christmas. I love Christmas, guys. Love, love, love Christmas. It's my favorite holiday. You fill it up to as much as you want of polyfill. And I just grabbed this one from Hobby Lobby, $2.99 a pack. Use your 40% coupon. Good use for excess beads or bottom. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, beads are probably more expensive. I wouldn't use beads, but, you know. And going back to your cleansing, you can burn, like I said, Palo Santo, sage. If you want to burn some of that. Frankincense, but you really need to cleanse, especially when you're around people, because they suck all those energies out of you and it's not good. Then you start to feel what they're feeling, and that's not good. Can make you sick. All right, so fill it up to as much as you want, however you want. Take your piece of twine. And I gotta show you guys how to paint the faces for the dolls. I just have so much I have to do. I need like 48 hours a day. All right, get it nice and tight. And then you want to trim these off. Trim that off. You could use, if you want, if you cut it right, you could probably use that for a mitten. I don't know. I wouldn't use it. It's too, all that threads. No muy bueno. All right. So for these socks, I could get 2 noses out of one of these little stockings. I can get 2 noses out of one. But you can use wood, the little wood round balls. I just don't want to paint. Unless you want to paint, you could use those round ones, the round wood balls. But you have to paint it, and I don't feel like painting it. All right, got this here. It's a piece of thread, crochet thread. Just grab it into a ball. I kind of get it into a little ball. Put it into the corner of my stocking. Twist it to whatever size you want that nose to be. Get your thread. Run it around a couple times and tie it. I didn't make this one as long. The second one I'm going to do is I'm going to make it a little bit longer. And I tend to leave these a little bit longer because of my arthritis. I need something to grip on. Right. Trim this off. Trim this off. Or, let's see. Put it back in. Reverse it. Stretch it as much as you can. Get nice little round nose. Grab your bigger, thick piece of thread. You want this one to be a little bit longer because this is going to wrap around the body. You want that tight. You want to go in twice with the nylon stocking because it's see-through. It's nude. If you do it twice, you won't see the polyfill. So tight. Don't cut it off. Trim this one off. Save this because see that other corner? That's where you're going to make your other, if you're going to make another gnome. So save that for your next gnome, okay? So you have left that strand. Then these are available at Hobby Lobby. Let me show you what that looks like. Had a bag with it. And you can get these at Hobby Lobby too. This is at Hobby Lobby. You can use your 40% coupon. It's faux fur, $3.49. You can get this. And these are in the Christmas section. You can get these little booties. Right now they're 50% off, so they're $2.50. Hey, Evelyn. So you can grab those. Now, what I'm going to, now even though on him, you know, he stands, but not, he's a little bit, he's going to need some assistance, right? So he'll have to lean against something. which is not a problem. He's always going to have something behind him, but so this is the same thing, $3.49. Just use your coupon. And then they have these for $4.99, but they're 50%, so you can get them for $2.50. They also have these little cute backpacks, and you can probably sew these and make them yourself. But by the time we buy everything we need to make this for $2.50, you can't beat that, because I paid $2.50 with the 50% off. So you really can't beat that. I won't even try making that, to be honest. All right, so you get your fur, and I just cut it into like a V. I fold it in half like that. It's almost like a V, see that? And you are going to lose some fibers, but that's okay. All right, there we go. Throw that in the trash. And you might want to shape it a little, depending on how you want this. So we'll put it like that, you know. Then decide what you're going to put. Like I was stitching this one with a pattern that I made. This is a little pattern I made. And chances are I might do that, but I'm learning how to do the little ladder stitch. And that's just out of an old sweater. So that's going to go like that. Like that, but I have to stuff him. So I'm going to make a couple. You got to stuff that up. And then you put the nose right in there. But he's not stitched up yet. Okay. So he's not, this hat's not done. This is from a sweater. That hat's not done. So what we're going to do with this one, I'll show you how I did that hat, which is using these stockings. And I went up to where the heel is. And right where that heel, and there's a stitch. You can see the stitch right there. You're going to trim up. That's the hat. Save this part because that's a gnome right there in the making, right? That's another gnome. Then this part, what I did for that hat, I turned it inside out. And this is going to be the front. This is the front right here. This is the front, right? I'm going to stitch a triangle right there with my sewing machine. So I want to go do that. Okay. Yes, he died today or yesterday or whenever it was. All right, so we got that stitched. Doesn't have to be super perfect. I keep telling you, I am not seamstress. Don't want to be one. Don't pretend to be one. All right, so then we're going to trim these little doohickeys here. You might want to save some of this because you could probably make some little arms or mittens out of this. But I want to show you what I picked up today at Hobby Lobby. If you don't want to do this, go through all this trouble. I picked up something at Hobby Lobby that if you don't want to do all this, and you can probably you can save these, roll it up and make the little arms. That'd be enough to make an arm right there. So save that for arms. All right, so here's my little hat. Oh my gosh. Yes, he was 90. Stick that up. There we go. So now we have a little pointy. And you can probably stick a wire so you can move him around a little, shift him around in there. So let's put a wire in there so we can move that head a bit in there. And I'm just folding it like that in there. A little triangle. I'm going to put it on the back side. This is the front side, the one that's shorter. On the back side, I'm going to put this here. You guys had an earthquake? Oh God, they're saying that they're supposed to have a meteor. Hey, Aristi, you want to jump on the panel? You want to jump on the panel, Aristi? Hey, Rajul, how are you? I was thinking of getting a mini sewing machine. What do you guys think? I say yes. Go for it. Go get the one at Walmart, the Brothers cheap one, manual. It's like 70, 80 bucks. Get that. If you can get the Project Runway, that's even better. If you can get it on sale. I'm telling you, you need a sewing machine, Evelyn. I'm not a sewer. I don't know how to sew. I'll be honest. I can't sew crap. But I can sew things like this. All right. So while that there is doing what it needs to do, let's let it kind of do its thing. You've been sewing since you were 3. Oh, that's amazing. Yeah. I love it when I hear people sew. I want to learn how to sew more. There's some things that we're just not good at. And I'm just not good at following a straight damn line on a sewing machine. Send me a link to it. Just because it's cheap, it might not be that great. If it's Brothers, go for it. If it's not, no. You were quilting, paper piercing together. I love it. All right. Once we get that, let's turn that inside out. Might be a little bit harder this way, but we will get it through. Let's see. We've had earthquake very often. Most of them turn to move a bit. Ooh, this is going to be a little hard. We can do it. Nothing we can't do, right, ladies? We can do it all. Abra, abra. I don't know why that song is in my head today. I'm gonna reach out and grab you. Abra, abracadabra. I'm gonna reach out and grab you. Did I get those lyrics right? I'm really bad with lyrics. I wish I knew how to sew like a skirt or, make myself clothes. Although I think that by the time you buy the fabric and all that, you might as well just go buy your clothes. I prefer the Brother Project Runway one. I do too. I think that by far is the best machine ever. I like that. I like that one too. It is so user friendly. I don't like Singer. To me, Singer sewing machine are not user friendly. You sound like freaking tractor trailer going up a hill. Just not user friendly. Trying to get it turned in, guys. A little bit harder with the wire, but we're doing it. There we go. We got it. We did it. We did it. No, not Singers. I don't like Singer. I do not like the Singers. I like the Project Runway. It's user friendly. All right, there we go. Now we're going to stuff that baby. It's just a little bit, not too much. You don't want this one to be too stuffed because remember, we want to be able to somewhat manipulate it so that we can kind of get it on. All right, so we're going to put this on with the small part. The long part goes to the back. So here's the front, there's the back. You know how we used to dress our kids and we sit them down, put their socks on? Well, that's what you're going to do with this little guy. And you don't have to put the wire. If you don't put the wire, he's just going to be a little flimsy, but that's okay. Everyone does it however they want. You can roll this up. Okay. You can put some fur down here if you want. Whatever you want. All right. Let's put his beard in. You don't want to put anything, glue down anything until you figure it out. All right, so there's the front. You know that he's going to get a mustache like that. Okay, here's his little nose. So pretty much that's where it's going to go. All right, like that. All right, so let's go ahead and glue down the beard. And I just go on the top. And I lay this down. Lift that up a little. I don't glue these down yet, okay? Don't glue that down yet. You want to make sure, because move his beards to the side, get that little mustache. Okay, get his nose. The old ones, I have an old one. All right, here's his nose. Kind of get it nice, pat it down. Put it down just like so. You can put a glob of glue right where you want it, right in the center. Take that thread, wrap it around the back, and that kind of helps give him a little bit of a body shape too. All right. Yes, I'm sexy and I know it. All right. What I was thinking about him, and I'm going to show you something else I picked up today. So they have these little hats too at Hobby Lobby. I mean, you could probably have gone in and put one of these on him instead of, this was $250 also on sale, $4.99 with 50% off. It was $250. You can put one of these on them if you wanted. Squeeze it in. You got to make them a little smaller. I'm going to make one that small. But let me show you. Let's see what I did with it. What the heck did I do with it? Good question, May. That's not it. Did she not give them to me? Oh, I don't. I got some rods and I don't think she gave them to me. Oh no. Oh no. She must not have put my rods in there. Crud. Shoot. I had bought these pack of rod wood dowels that were good enough to kind of put in the center. She must not have put it in my package. Oh, yes, she did. She gave them to me. All right, they had these. Right now they're 50% off, so I paid $350. And you can use these also. You don't want to go through the trouble of. But look at the cute little mittens. Aren't they darling? And look, it had a cute little hat. And that hat would look cute on him as well. Look, 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 look. You can make little tiny ones. And then it comes with a little scarf. I'm 50 and I remember the hand ones. Most have been my grandmother sewing with me. Aww. I was in a wooden suitcase, perfect condition, even though she had her miles, even had the original instruction. Yeah, the old Sinkers are good, but the new Sinkers, I don't think so. You can probably put little, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about the scarf. My scarf is probably just too much for him, but it's still cute. I have to figure out how to put a scarf on the new. But the little gloves are cute. And you can get that for $350 for a little set. Cute little hat. You know, once you get the beard or mustache going. Okay. Now, this is what I was thinking for. These are at Hobby Lobby $2.99. Use your 40% coupon. There's a 12-piece of dowels. And these are a 1/4-inch dowel. Now, I do have a little saw. I'm not going to bring it out, and Eric's sleeping. But if you stick one of these in here, right? And I'm probably going to have to do this when Eric's awake tomorrow because I'm not bringing my little cutter up. You want to get some of this filling. Make a female gnome and use a scarf. Yeah, with the braids. Make some braids on her. Stick it in here. And then maybe fill it up with some of the stones. And then jam this up the gnome's body. The booty butt. Stuff it in again. You might have to restuff it because you need that stuffing on the top. But what I was thinking is put a hole through here. I'm going to have to cut some of this off, so I'm probably going to have Eric cut it off for me tomorrow. But you guys get the hang of what I mean, right? That way it can stand. Or you can just lean it against something if you don't have a wood dowel. Maybe go into one of those, you know, you have the chopsticks, the free ones you get, or wood skewers. I can't even say that word right. The wooden skewers. Did I say that right? Probably said it wrong. This one was really stuffed there. And I use these little bottles, the water bottles from Walmart. I just use them because they're so much easier to squeeze in. And when I'm done, I can throw it away if I want to, or not. Use a pencil. I pray it's helping your hands, Nuna. Oh, yeah. Got it. Might want to stuff it a little more, but you just make sure you get it in there good. I'm going to have Eric cut. This one's 1/4 inch by 12 inch, so I'm going to have him cut at least 4 inches off. Cut off your little twine there. So that's going to be his legs. And once Eric gets him, no, I should not use my scissors. You guys did not see that. I mean, the other one, I just glued it right on, no problem, but I really want him to be a little bit more sturdy. So I didn't have these, so I picked it up today. Right? But you could possibly glue that on like that, no problem. Now, the arms, this is what we're going to do for the arms if you're following through. So you guys get the idea of pretty much what I'm going with there. So I'm not putting this hat on because I worked so hard on this other hat, right? We're not putting that hat on. Want to bring it down to his nose. All right. So you want to put some of this glued onto the bridge of his nose. Like so. Yeah, me too. The other one's going to be for probably a little snowman. And you want to make sure you get it nice. You want to make sure this gets covered really nice. Now, for the arms, you guys get the legits of it. For the arms, what I did is you can use these little scraps if you did the way I did it. You can curl these up like that. Just put a bead of Fabri-Tac. I'll show you. I want to do two set of arms. This is the scraps left over from our hat. Just roll it. I don't suggest you use your sewing machine or hot glue on this part because you're going to play with time. And this is going to get caught up in your sewing machine. Okay. Let it roll in there. Let it dry up. Do the same thing to the other one. This doesn't really matter too much here. Why? Because you're going to put some mittens on it. So if you were to, even if you were to use these mittens, even though this is like, well, I guess it'll work. I just use a piece of the hat and kind of did that. Yeah, you can put those in. Oh, those will work. All right, so again. Hey, Yvonne, how are you, hon? How are you? Did you get any trick-or-treaters? Did anybody get trick-or-treaters today? I know we did. Someone took off with some of our candy. Some bigger kids. And by the way, I need to select a winner of the comments. And also I'll select that tomorrow. And also for my little paper clip charm. You guys got to go to that video where I did the paper clip. It is called the Fourth Hop, I think it was called. If you go to that video, leave a comment. I'll select somebody from that to pick win one of my paper clips that I made. So make sure you guys do that. I just strongly suggest that you clean your tips to your fabric tack. It gets kind of grungy. I need to clean that. Roll it up good. I'm not doing a good job rolling it right now. But this steam is going to go down towards facing down on him or her. Let's clean this tip because I don't like that dirty. All right. So that's all I did for the arms. Just rolled up a piece of the socks itself and made some arms, okay? Now, the other piece, the other way that I did the arm, this is a piece of the tube of the socks, the top part of this here. This is the top part. And so this is one part of the socks. And what I did is I cut it, and then I'm going to cut it in half, and that makes 2 arms. Makes 2 arms. And again. Now for the gloves on this little guy, I used the inside. I thought the inside of this was pretty cool, so I just used the inside of that. I cut out a piece, and actually it was the inside of this here, the hem, and I kind of glued it around and attached it to the hands. So that was the hem. All right, so for instance, I'm going to cut that hem out. See? I'm going to roll this little arm here. Hardest part is rolling this stuff because that fabric tack gets on you. Hey, I haven't seen Clint. I hope he's okay. He must be trick-or-treating today. He's normally here. Hope he's okay. All right, so roll it. So it's Halloween for you over there. None of you ladies even offer me chocolate. Hey, you want to come on? I asked you, Aristi, if you wanted to come on the panel. I guess you're ignoring me. All right, so there's that one. Again, let's cut the little hem because we're going to use it for mittens for one of them. We're supposed to be telling, oh, he's in another live stream. Is he live? Oh, shoot, I was about to open that up. You coming on, Aristi? Miss Joyce wanted me to have an all-nighter, but she's not telling us any scary stories. She's got me over here doing all the work. I'm gonna talk to that lady. Have a little talk with that lady. Oh, he was live. He was probably trick-or-treating. Where's my little cat? Christmas is my favorite holiday, guys. Can you guys guess? That's when I do more more stuff, more projects. My favorite holiday. I love Christmas. Like I was saying, I don't buy a lot of the home decors. He's in a costume. Oh, was he? Joyce is boring. I agree. Joyce is boring. She bores me. Oh, what costume did he have on? Oh, sweet. Did Aaron have a costume on? Oh, what costume? All right, so there's our arms, spaghetti arms, right? Here's how I did the gloves. Let me get my rubber eraser. I love Christmas too, Miss Patricia. You'll see me do more Christmas decors because I love Christmas. It's my favorite Christmas holiday. It's my favorite holiday of the year. I don't think there's any holiday that I love the most than Christmas. I can go and decorate like crazy woman. Aww. Yeah, I love you too. Oh, he was Dracula. Oh my God. I didn't know he was on. All right, so here's what we did with the little mittens. What I did is because it's so frayed, I turned it inside out because I like that pattern, that little design pattern. So I cut it like that, and then I took one end of my arms, put it down, with the stitch down, and then glue down that side, down on this side, and on the centerpiece here. Fold it in half. And yes, there's going to be a little rhyme or reason to this. Squeeze it. Hey, Karen, how are you, hon? Where's young Sue? She must, I have her working on the sisterhood journals. She's been cutting stuff. Squeeze that. I'm going to grab the other one while that one's drying because we need to trim off. Again, take our arm in the center, place the stitch thing down. Now one side, down the other side. Aristi, did you want to come on the panel? Keep asking. No one wants to come on the panel. There was supposed to be a freaky night of telling stories, and I'm the only one that told stories. Patricia told stories. Miss Sheila told us a couple things, but come on. Hey, Clint. We were just talking about you. I heard you were Dracula. You were how do you say? Count Dracula. Count, not Count Dracula. Did you get candy? Glad Halloween's over. Today would have been my son's 40. Oh, was he not here? Miss Karen, is your son not here? Said he would have been. I'm sorry if he's not here. All right, squeeze that because we need to trim some of that stuff. Yes, you told your story about Ted Bundy. Okay, and your Victorian house falling down. Okay, I forgive you. All right. So there's our little. Oh, I'm sorry. I did not know that. Oh, sorry to hear that. Gosh, she passed away so young. My mom yesterday, she earned her wings yesterday. All right, so then we're going to trim. Again, squeeze. Make sure it's all nice and sealed. And trim again. And squeeze. And you can take some of this and roll it over if you want. On the other side like that, on the side with the opening. But it really doesn't matter because you're gonna have attached something to it. So it doesn't matter. You can either take a little bit of glue and glue that down like that. Or you can leave it just like that. I'm just gonna leave it like that because I like it. I'm making a gnome. A gnome. We finish our witch finally. Oops, see? You saw a real witch for real? Where, Clint? Where? Where did you see that witch? Definitely not on my channel. Although I've been told I am a witch. You can round off the little edges just a little bit so it doesn't look so boxed up. All right, and that could be thrown away. I'm not even trying to save that. Okay, so then once you have your arms, you decide, even if you're gonna do this one, what I would do is you're gonna size it up to the gnome like that. That's so cute, though. Oh, we might just go with that arm. I like that arm. So we might just do this arm for Red Sea over there. Might use that arm for another one, but you guys got the hand. I like this arm. I don't know about y'all, but I do like this arm. All right, so it's going to go like that. I just got to glue in his mittens. So let's glue in the mittens. When I was 3 by Moon. What? Clint? Clint? What? When you were 3, you saw a real witch? Explain yourself, Clint. And if you're doing a snowman, you can do the same thing. You can just use these little mittens. I'm just going to stuff them in there, and then I'm going to stick a little bit of glue, probably hot glue, so I can get my glue gun in there and not deal with the... I can tell you about it if you let me in. Hold on. Let's let Clint in. Hold on. Where's my mouse? Anybody see my mouse? I forgot how to invite people, huh? There, Clint. All right. There you go, hon. Did you like the stuff the Sisterhood sent you? Sisterhood sent you some stuff. I'm going to do some on the back. Oh, there's Clint. Let me let you in. Hold on, I gotta get the mouse over there. Happy
Hi.
Halloween.
Thank you. Hold on a sec. I gotta shut the door.
Did you get a lot of goodies?
Sorry about that.
All right.
They had a TV on and I don't want to get distracted. So, how have you been, girl?
I'm doing good. Did you get the package that the Sisterhood sent you? Yes, please do thumbs up, Miss Karen. Thumbs up. I'm sure I probably had some trolls leaving me some thumbs down.
Yes, I did get that package.
Good. Did you like it?
Oh my gosh, I fell in love with everything. I'm like, look at those beautiful things. Ooh, yummy.
Good. So what's about
And
this witch?
Well, my grandmother, she lived in a village called Cedar Village. And me and my cousin, Chris, we were out running around outside at night and the moon was out. Well, we was getting ready to get back in and we saw a shadow of a witch flying by the moon.
You saw a shadow of a witch flying by the moon. Do you think that maybe a neighbor could have put one of those projector things?
I didn't see no projector anywhere.
Nothing?
Just
Sure.
happened. Yeah, I'm sure.
When was this?
Oh gosh, when I was 3 years old.
Where's that? Cedarville. Where's that? I heard you were Dracula.
Yeah, I was Dracula.
Count Dracula.
Blah blah. Cedar Village is where it's like a trailer park where my grandmother lived, and my cousin lived down the street from her, and we were just playing around and we saw one flying by the moon.
Well, you know, my mom used to say when a witch came to visit you, you knew. Some high school friends and I were messing around with a Ouija board one night. They had done it before and nothing remarkable had ever happened. They usually did it to try to scare each other.
Ooh, scary.
I don't know Ouija boards. No way. No how.
My grandmother, she was a witch. And I didn't know about it. She told me, and she said, well, I was once a witch, but it was part evil, so I quit being one. I'm like, oh my God.
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Wow.
Yeah.
What kind of magic did she do?
She didn't do any magic. she went to a witch's school, and when she found out it was evil, so she didn't go to it.
Oh.
And plus, my grandmother was German, and she knew a lot about a lot of
Oh.
about a lot about that stuff, and she taught me about it and everything. I'm like, wow, I didn't know witches existed.
Oh yeah, they exist. They're real. They're real.
Yeah.
They're real. Spirits are real too. Have you ever had an experience with that?
I've had experience with witches, and I know if you have like a gathering with witches, it's called a coven or whatever you want to call it. I know some things about witches, but not a whole lot, and I know some of them do white magic and black magic.
Evelyn says they all thought it was a joke. I don't play with Ouija boards. No way. All
I
right.
refuse to have one.
What's that?
I said I refuse to have a Ouija board in my house.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't touch it.
Yeah, me either. All right, so you're going to measure the arms. So you want to have the arms come in. So obviously we're going to be cutting some of these arms because, of course, he's going to be holding something like that. So this is going to be tucked in partially up to the rim here of his little hat. So we're going to cut about that much off. And that's going to be tucked underneath the hat. So I'm going to mark it there.
Gosh, I've been on here forever.
Were you?
No.
You were? Did you go trick-or-treating? Did I ask you that? Or did I forget?
No. No, I stayed home.
Did you? Did you hand out candy?
We don't get trick-or-treaters here.
No?
Around my area. No, not around my area.
Now you
But
can
I did but last year I did hand out candy to little kids and stuff, and everybody liked my costume. They're like, "Hey, Dracula." I'm like, "Hello."
Like to suck your blood.
I might use some of this. This is left over from the piece that we just took off. So I might put some of that just to kind of give him a little bit of a look here on the glove. So we just trimmed that off from the body. We snipped off the top. I think I like that. Kind of give it a little furry look on him. Yeah, we're going to do that.
Look what I painted.
Huh?
Look what I painted.
Hold on a second. Let me get the camera to you. One of the girls there wanted to try it because she had never heard of it before. One night they were all alone in front of on the board. Well, Joyce, she is a witch of the family. That time was different. They had a spirit. Hold on, let me get you in. Oh, cute! I was gonna make. Is that made out of felt?
No, this made out of tin.
Oh, cute!
And what I did is I took green paint and I painted it with the little round brushes, and then I used this glue, this craft glue, for the embellishments.
Oh, cute!
Yep, I'm already doing
Did
my
you like
Christmas
that
crafts.
craft glue?
Huh?
Did you like that craft glue?
Oh, I do. I like it.
Okay, is that the one I sent you? That's the
Yeah.
one okay. Oh, good. Then I'll send you more. I have a whole bunch of that if you like it.
Sure, I'll take it.
That looks good.
And I did this for the star. I used a little die cut and I put glue on there to make it more sturdy.
Oh, good. Looks good, Clint. You did awesome. Is that a die cut that you cut out of your machine?
This little star right here, yeah.
Oh, cool. Have you tried the shaker cards that we sent you?
Not yet, but I did try those die cuts you sent me.
Did you?
Uh-huh. They turned out really nice. I'm like, yay!
That's good. I'm glad you like what the sisterhood sent you.
Oh yeah, I love the sisterhood.
Sisterhood are awesome ladies, or a group of awesome ladies.
Did you see my videos I did?
I have not been able to check on, hon. What did you do?
Oh, I did a Christmas tour of my room.
Did you?
Uh-huh. I
Oh,
yanked out all my Christmas crafts, and I put up all my lights, and I got that I got my lights over here, my lights up here, and I got 2 trees and little ones.
the
And I
board
got
the words.
I got all kinds of stuff.
So there's something, Evelyn, did something freaky happen to them that night? I don't mess with Ouija boards. Oh, heck no.
How's Carla doing?
She's doing really good. She's actually home today.
Oh, that's good.
She dressed up as an angel.
Aw. That's
She
so
looked more like
cute.
Cleopatra.
Yeah. Cleopatra, yeah.
And Nani dressed up as SpongeBob.
And of course, I crocheted these little trees and I put sequins on them and I sewed them on there. And I made myself an elf hat.
Let me see.
Uh,
Oh, those are really nice. I like those.
yeah, and then I did this elf hat. I'll show it to you. It's right over here behind my chair where it's not supposed to be. Hold on. Oh. Okay. I put the bells on this elf hat.
Cool.
Yeah, I glued
You made the elf hat?
Yep.
That is cool. Did you have a pattern for that?
No, well, there was a hole right here, and I just sewed it back together, and I just put the bells on there and stuff.
Ooh, Evelyn's saying that the Ouija board misspelled some of the words the same way every time, and it gave answers that seemed really historically accurate for our town, things they neither knew or cared about. The spirit claimed it was a 10-year-old boy who had died on the property in the 1800s. Oh, wow. Ooh, that gave me cold chills. Oof. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. I like that hat.
Well, thank you.
That looks good. It turned out great. That is a really cool story, Evelyn.
And I'm getting ready to alter some Christmas ornaments too.
Cool.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm excited.
I love Christmas.
Oh, I do
All right,
too. I do.
Here we go. We're going to tuck the arms underneath, just like so. And I'm just going to glue here and here. I'm going to use Fabri-Tac because it's more permanent.
And of course, I won a prize when I was dressed up as Dracula.
Where did you win the prize?
They did a question type thing like how many hearts does an octopus have, and the other one was who are the names begin with the Y and Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and I won vampire banks and Halloween stamps.
Oh, cool. Who did you win it from?
In that video where I was dressed up as Dracula, I joined oh gosh, what are the names? Janet and Isabel creative crafting with Isabel, and then the other one.
Yeah, Janet. Yes. Cool. So glad you won something.
Yeah. And after one, I said, I think my fire's out.
All right, so then we're gonna put it over here and then glue down.
Your husband, I swear, he is so funny. Oh my gosh.
Eric, he can be sometimes.
I was laughing so hard at that video. I just couldn't stop laughing. I about wet myself.
The spirit claimed it was buried in their property in an unmarked grave. Wow. That's crazy, Evelyn. Yeah, I don't play with Ouija boards. Heck to the no. You pick up
Not
some
me neither.
spirits that
If you dare to try to put a Ouija board in front of me, I will smash that thing in a million pieces.
yep, nope, no mess with that crap.
Uh-uh.
Glue the back. Now that we
They
have
had
it on,
a
we can glue the back. Bring it down.
they had a place down here where they sold like witchcraft stuff and like books and Ouija boards. My dad went in there. He said, I ain't going in there again. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, they sell evil stuff. And I'm like, oh my God. It was next to his apartment. I'm like, oh man. I was freaking out. Like, I ain't going in that place. Mm-mm.
They were a little freaked out because the board had never been so detailed or consistent. Yeah, no. They get those boards are possessed. I think from what I hear, and even like from what I hear, they get very their own individual spirits. From what I hear, I don't know.
I was telling Mom, I was like, gee, I wish May was down here to see us before she moved.
Oh.
I was like, man.
When's your aunt moving back to Delaware?
Huh?
When's your aunt moving back to Delaware?
In November.
Oh, she's just here next month.
Yep. She's going back home to her grandbabies, I'm afraid.
Oh. Did she
Yeah,
move to Chicago with your grandma?
Huh?
Did she move to Chicago because of your grandma?
She's moving back to Delaware because she has MS, and she's gonna be there with her grandbabies, and she was only here for my grandmom and stuff, and then when my grandma passed, she stayed with my cousins, and one of them had COVID, and now they're quarantined.
Yeah, okay?
So they're okay. My aunt, she doesn't have it. Everybody in the family doesn't have it except for my cousin's fiance, but she has it, and
is she okay?
I think she's okay. I'm pretty sure she's all right, but I know a lot of people die from it. Like, ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, you don't take that stuff lightly.
Mm-mm. So I'm getting. Did my mom tell you that I'm getting a colonoscopy done?
When are you getting that done?
November the 5th. I go tomorrow to get tested for COVID. Which I already know I don't have it because I haven't been out.
All right, guys, there's a little no. You're going to fix the beard. Figure out what you're going to put in his little mitten to hold. Then we're going to
they're so cute. Oh, he's so cute.
He's a handsome little guy, isn't he?
Uh-huh. I made a couple of things out of socks. Like I made a snowman out of a sock.
I know. I used to make that with my kids, little snowman socks.
Oh my gosh, it was so fun. Me and my grandmother were sitting on the floor, and she goes, let's make some Christmas socks. I'm like, what kind? She goes, snowman. I'm like, oh, I wanted to make one so bad, so I made one, and it's sitting up here on my shelf, on my cart.
So one of the friends asked if the spirit could do something to prove he was there. It went yes and spelled out N-O-C-K, knock. Wow. I did table knocking once with this guy, this old man Jim, and a lady that he knew in her house, and I forgot about that. I had he invited me over and we did some table knocking. I don't know if you guys ever heard of table knocking. But basically you get in, you put a candle, you say a prayer, and you call out to spirits, and the spirits answer by taking the tip of the table, and for every tap from the table, it lifts up the table. It's
Oh,
a letter
scary.
alphabet. So for in other words, if it's the letter C, it taps 1, 2, 3. So you go A, B, C. And if it's like for instance, can, the word CAN, you go 1, 2, 3, stop. 1, CA, and then it goes A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, and it stops at N. So can, spells out the word can, and it keeps spelling out words like that. So it was so weird, and then it got angry on one of the questions we asked that the table just lifted up and smacked right down. And I was like,
Ooh.
oh, heck. Yeah. All right, so here's that. You can see you can fluff out your little hood. You can add little stars. I got the little snowflakes from Dollar Tree. If I can find a little pack. Got these from Dollar Tree, and I just took a little bit of paint, and that's what I added to my little gnome. You can also take one of the trees from Dollar Tree. The trees from Dollar Tree. Hey, that rhymes.
That's funny.
The tree from Dollar Tree. That rhymes.
That
huh?
tree from Dollar Tree.
But I picked these up today, and I thought it'd be cute to put on the hat.
Oh,
And
that's
here's
so
a tree
cute.
from Dollar Tree, a tree from Dollar Tree. So we could put that, like that,
I got some of those.
or you can use a little star here. You get the trees from Dollar Tree.
Yup. Oh my gosh, you're funny, May.
And then you can glue that like that. He's holding a little star. You can put a little message on this one. I add a little message. You can use those Jengas. And this is from Hobby Lobby. I think it was Hobby Lobby. But you can use a Jenga and put a little sentiment and use it as that. On this one, I'm not sure what I'm going to put on him, but I do know that I want to put. Oh, and this week, well, today was the last day. They had these on sale. And you can make the little hats, or you can make the little arms out of these little. They had them in black. They have them in ivory. But you can use these to make arms if you don't want to struggle with the socks. But recycling the pieces of the socks is a lot more doable. But you can also use these.
Oh, it's like a piece of a sock.
Yeah, yeah. And you can make, roll it up and make a little arm.
Oh, that's so cute.
Or you can cut it up and make the sleeves for your socks. I like to recycle every little piece that I can. So recycling is more doable for me. So that's why I recycle that one little piece and put it right there for the mitten. All right, so then these were $1.50 today because they were 50% off at Hobby Lobby. So I'm going to use one of these. Needless to say, they never touched the. Oh, wait a minute. Then it stopped moving. They all stared at it silently. The lights were on outside, and there was no one there. Needless to say, they never touched the board again. I would have not touched it with. No way. No blooming way. Nothing would have made me touch that. Mm-mm.
I wouldn't. I'd be scared to death to touch it. I'm like, I no, thank you.
Yeah. I'd be like, nope, ain't happening. Not today. Not a
Not
Shabbat.
tomorrow. Not next year. Not year after that.
Yep. And I'm not saying I'm a chicken, but I guess I could say I'm a chicken. Okay, these are also at Dollar Tree. They were originally $2.99, but you get them for $1.50 now. 50%
Wow,
off.
those are cool.
And you can cut some of this off. You need your wire cutter.
Wire cutter.
I'm looking for the one that is in Dollar Tree, but they didn't have it. So we go with what we find. And I think this one has more than the Dollar Tree one anyway, so it didn't really matter.
I bought all my Christmas cross stuff from Dollar Tree. I was like, oh, I gotta have this, that, and that.
I just kind of twist it like that. Let's put.
Oh, that's so cute. So perfect. So perfect.
Pretty.
Pretty good. It's perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Man, I was so excited to get that prize. I'm like, yay, I won. Go me, go me.
What are you
I'm
getting?
on fire.
You know what you're getting?
Huh?
Well, do you know what you're getting?
Yeah, I got a stamp, and I got Halloween stamps and vampire bangs.
Cool.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited. I cannot deny it.
Put that down. The 8-ball, yeah, that was lame. I have to agree that 8-ball, the magic 8-ball was a lame-o. Lame-o was his name-o.
L-A-M-O was his lame-o.
That was really lame. I didn't like the magic 8-ball. That thing was such a lie.
Right? Liar, pants on fire, noses like a little telephone wire.
All right, there we go. We got that.
Oh, it's so cute. Look at that.
You could probably put some wire in his arms to make him more movable. I should have done that. Didn't think about that, but we'll do that for some other arms.
You can put a Christmas gift in his hand, like he's carrying.
Like he's carrying a little Christmas gift.
Yeah, and a can of candy in the other one.
I think the tree is a lot better. Wish I had a bigger
Yeah. A bigger tree from the Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree. His arms, I think I got a bigger tree. Hold on. I think I have another one. Let me see. Where did I get those? It was the other day when I went. Other day when I went. Yep, I do. We got these. And these are 50% off. As y'all know, holidays is my favorite time. Ooh.
I know. Okay. Ooh, yeah.
All right, but he has to have his beard or his mustache. I keep saying beard. His mustache. Come on, dude.
Hey, don't mess with my mustache here.
Get that little mustache out. You can take some twine, wrap it around, which is what I did on the other one. Let's get some twine to dress this up because you know we have to kind of be bougie here.
Bougie, bougie.
Put some twine here. What about skate sports that we put the key in start? Huh? What is that? I never heard of that. Skates? Never heard of that. What is that?
Do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, Janet and Isabella sending me happy mail through the mail.
Oh, that's sweet of them.
Yeah, they're sending me and Aaron a Christmas card and stuff.
It's very sweet of them.
Yeah, it is.
You're nice ladies.
They are. I just adore them. I was looking through my stuff, and guess what I found?
What'd you find?
$1.
$1?
Yep. I'm like, wait a minute. How did this get in here? I'm like, I could have sworn I had it in a little cup. I guess not.
Yes, but my mom wouldn't let me go skating. Yeah, my mom wouldn't let me go skating either. The kids would go skating every week, but I was not allowed to go.
Your mom must have been strict.
My mom, oh God, yes. My mom was very strict. Have you ever been skating?
You
I'm
there,
bad.
May?
Yeah. Have you?
What just happened?
What? I can hear you.
May, your sound is off.
My sound is off. Can anybody else hear me? Can anyone else hear me?
May?
Hold on a second. Ladies, can you guys hear me? He found a Dollar Tree when he was buying a tree for $1. They can hear me. Clint. Clint.
May?
Hold on. Can someone tell Clint? Hold on. Nope. Check the chat. Check the chat. The ladies can hear me. You need to check your sound. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Check your sound. Hey, Lourdes.
Hi, May.
Hey, Aristi.
Where's my candies?
Where's your candies? Hey, you
Give
didn't
me chocolate.
say trick or treat. No candy, no trick or treat.
If you don't give me chocolate, I will take all the kitties and come over there. You know that demolition crew.
Do you see how she's a bully? She's a bully, guys. She comes in here, she's demanding candy. Oh my god.
Not any candy, just chocolate.
She just wants chocolate.
Otherwise, I will bring the gang.
What gang?
The kitties.
The kitties?
8 of them, and 4 of them are demolition crew.
Demolition crew.
Yeah, they are 4 siblings, and they are a demolition crew. I will tell you one thing. They climb on the curtains.
You can keep them. I don't want those here.
So treat me chocolate.
No, where was your trick or treat Halloween? I don't hear you saying that.
We don't have Halloween here. Just give me chocolate.
No, you can't just go up to somebody's house and say, "Give me chocolate."
Hi, Patricia.
You're supposed to say, "Trick or treat, Halloween, give me something good to eat."
Oh, you want a poem also?
I'm
Where,
back.
There's Joyce. Where are you, boring woman?
Hi, Rusty.
Hi, Clint.
How are you?
Fine, you? I have to
I am-
report.
I'm doing good.
You have to report. What are you reporting?
I'm reporting Joyce.
Why? What is she doing? She being bad?
I told her to make me a carrot cake and she doesn't.
Oh, she didn't make you a carrot cake?
Nope. And
Oh,
say I will make you one, and she says she will make me one from the box, not from scratch, and not with nuts, and not with carrots, and not with raisins. What does she take me for?
That's why. Because she should. I heard she's a good cook. That's what she keeps telling me. Go to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Move to Tennessee. I'll cook for you. I'll get some fishing for Eric. And you know what she was trying to get me? Do you know what she was trying to get me to move to? Oh my God. You should see the house she was trying to get me to move to.
She wants you to move to Tennessee so she can be close to Eric. Watch out for that midget. He's a guy stealer, you know. That midget
Is that what it
look,
is?
she looks like an innocent granny, you know, delicate, fragile, and soft and all that stuff, and she hides a evil spirit inside her.
Has a evil spirit inside her.
Yeah. He inside her there is a woman that is full of desires.
Is that
I don't know how to put it, so we won't get X-rated. The The plumber and the president weren't the first one. She wasn't even afraid of Google Earth.
She goes, oh my God, I told you the wrong house. She was trying to send me to a fixer-upper, a fixer-upper from hell. I was like,
I'll be
Joyce,
back, May.
okay, hon. I said, Joyce, what you trying to do? Kill me? Giving me a fixer-upper from hell.
Joyce will sell you her house and she will move to the mountains.
She wants to move to the mountains.
Yep.
She was trying to give me a house from hell. There you guys go. Look, isn't that cute? All we have left to do is actually put the feet. If you do it the way I said, poke a hole in here and then kind of get it where you can get those legs up to about here cut midway into his body. That should work. And that'll sit like that on him. Isn't he adorable?
Mm-hmm.
And then you can take a bell and add a bell to his little hoodie. Yeah, Joyce, here's your candy. Here's your chocolate.
I don't like that. Jeez.
You don't like that?
No.
Steve, I'll offer you a candy next.
That thing is not very popular here, but
I'm
they
back.
in one grocery store chain, so they sell that. And I was watching, a live streamer, and I saw her eat that thing. So when I saw that in the store, I said, "Oh, that's the thing I was watching." So I took it. Oh my gosh, it's pure sugar.
It's sugar. It's chocolate.
That's not chocolate. This thing and chocolate never met.
It's chocolate and peanut butter. You don't like chocolate and peanut butter?
I
do.
peanut butter, I like chocolate, but that thing is so pure sugar. You can feel the sugar when you bite it. You can see the crunchiness. You can. It's so. I didn't like it at
I like-
all.
What kind of chocolate are you looking for then?
Chocolate.
I like-
chocolate
like
bars.
You want dark chocolate.
No, my mom likes dark chocolate. I don't like bitter stuff. I have enough bitterness in my life.
All right. Well,
I
I'm
like
gonna
chocolate
have-
and peanut butter. Oh, yes.
Hey, Clint, that's why I like you. Good.
Yum.
I
My
like
sister's going to be
I like
jealous.
Bounty because they have coconuts.
That's good.
Hey, May.
Make those sticks with your craft knife.
My mom's going to be jealous. My sister's going to be jealous with you.
Oh, that's a good idea, Miss Patricia. Put some hairspray on my fingers and stiffen up that mustache, huh? That one.
Oh, that was funny.
You make the shoes or you get them ready.
Oh, yeah, I made these. No, just kidding.
I was going to say, if you made them, you got good talent.
Yes, I made these. I made them. Just kidding. No, actually, these are from Hobby Lobby.
Those are cute.
Aren't they cute?
Yes, they are.
They are adorable. I have to send you a pair.
Oh, sweet.
They already start selling Christmas stuff.
Huh?
They already start selling Christmas stuff.
Girl, they've been selling Christmas stuff here since May.
Are you kidding me?
No,
Yeah. No kidding. No joke.
no kidding. They start early here because a lot of people that does craft shows, they start their craft show selling in July.
I know the best time to buy Christmas stuff here, but I bet it's all over the world. It's after Christmas because they reduce the prices. so they get rid of the stock. That's the best time to buy it.
Let's try.
Around the end of December.
Let's
I buy
see.
some of my Christmas stuff at Dollar Tree.
I'm
Most
not-
of
You
it.
find
A lot
a
of it.
dollar while you were buying trees.
See, I don't mind Dollar Tree for some things. I'm gonna have to put a video of what I do like from Dollar Tree. Not everything from Dollar Tree needs to be bought. But to me, I'm very picky about home decor stuff. And I'm sorry, some of that I see all these videos of people that puts out Dollar Tree home decor stuff that they make. Not my cup of tea.
Not
Not-
either.
It's just, to me, it's the quality. Just because it's $1 doesn't mean you didn't buy it. It's just the quality is not that great.
Why buy Christmas stuff when you can make it?
Evelyn said that she has another scary story.
Oh, tell us more. Why don't you get on the panel? We've been waiting for someone to tell us. That's why we came on tonight, because Joy said we had to have an all-nighter.
Yeah, Joyce,
An
that
all-nighter.
goes to bed from,
Yeah, she goes to bed with
with the roosters.
the roosters. I don't think she's. I think she's Count Dracula.
Ah, Count
That's
Dracula's
how,
got
that's
this.
how she stay young.
Probably.
I'm gonna suck her blood.
She's over 1,000 years old.
I'm 1,080.
You're 1,080. Do you want to hear? Yes, I want to hear all your scary stories.
I remember when I was young, it was the year that the movie The Count of Dracula was out, of the Francis Ford Coppola version.
Mm-hmm.
Narrator and all those actors. And I was watching that with my dad on TV. And I was, when he transformed and went to her bedroom and he was transformed like a monster, I was, oh, how cute, how romantic. And my dad was, oh, how gross.
You thought he was cute when he was transforming?
Because he expressed his love and his sacrifice, and he went to find her because he was super in love, and he didn't care that they were chasing him, but he went to see her, so he entered her room. So I was, oh, how romantic.
Oh my God.
And my dad was looking at me like I'm a weirdo, and he was saying, oh, how gross.
Scary story. She says, I've discovered my secret. I'm coming for all of you now. Blah.
Well, I got another scary story to tell.
What's that?
Oh gosh, I was out trick or treating with my sister one day, and it was nighttime, and I gave my sister my clown costume because it was too small for me and everything. I'm like, ugh, why did I ever buy this thing? So I gave it to my sister, and it fitted her. Well, we was out trick or treating, and out of nowhere, this guy was in a clown costume. Scared her so bad that she ran so fast that her hat fell right off of her head. And she was running going, Mommy! I was like, sister, come back here. She's right here. She goes, brother, hide me. I'm like, I don't got my cape on. But no, that was a funny story. Ha!
Do you want to hear a real story?
Yes.
Let it rip.
I was in elementary,
Uh-huh.
and my mom and I were sitting, and then he had a kiosk. He was working, and she had a kiosk that they sell, cigarettes, newspapers, snacks, and stuff like that. And it was around the dead time, where the stores close around afternoon, early afternoon, and they open then. So the stores were closed. The road was empty.
Mm-hmm.
She was talking to me. We were discussing, and she was telling me about the dream she had the day before. And she was telling me that in her dream she was sitting in the kiosk and a funeral car passed,
Ooh.
and that car had a young man dead inside.
Mhm.
Okay, how do you know that it was a young man? And she told me because a truck was following that car, the funeral car, and the truck was filled with. Here we have a tradition that we send to the funerals reeds, huge tall reeds,
Mhm.
and the reeds are standing on a tripod. And if you are single, when if you're young and single, the flowers are white and the ribbons are white, where normally the ribbons are purple. But if you're young and single, it's like a wedding. They marry you with the Christ first before they say goodbye. So I told you, how do you know that it was a young guy? And she told me because the truck that was filing was filled with reeds, with flower reeds, fresh flower reeds, and it was all white. And while she was saying that, a car actually passed in front of us. It was a funeral car with a dead coffin, and behind that car, it was a truck filled with white reeds.
Whoa.
Wow. Evelyn said Peace and Plenty Inn was once a tavern and stagecoach stop before the Revolutionary War. Let me tell you, before she keeps going with her story, that's a nice custom. When just before my mom, well, you know, I always say about spiritual, my family being spiritual. When I was 10 years old, I had a dream that my brother's godfather was sitting on a porch and someone drove by and started to shoot, and there was a lot of gunfire and he was killed. So I woke up that morning and I told my mom, I said, Mom, Junior's godfather was sitting in a porch and he lived in Chicago. And back then he was actually a pastor that was trying to get the youth out of gangs. So because he was always trying to rescue youth from the gangs, he always ran into a lot of gang that didn't like him, gang members. But that day he was sitting in a porch and they confused him for someone else because he always had an afro. He was Puerto Rican, but he always had an afro. It was the 70s. No, that was early 80s. Anyway, he had an afro. He had cut his hair and he was sitting in a porch. They confused him for someone else and they opened fire and killed him. Well, I told my mom that dream, and 2 weeks later, that same way that I described to her how he was going to die, that's exactly how he died.
Oh my gosh.
And then when my mom was about to die, I saw her in a casket, dressed in white, and in a white casket. And months later, my mom was diagnosed with cancer. She died. That was in 2006, and she died in 2008.
Wow.
And later was converted to a private residence. The sprawling red clapboard home had welcomed many families in it almost 400 years, yet some people have felt very unwelcome. I don't like scary houses. I don't like old scary houses. No way. Mm-mm. All right, guys, I poked some holes in here as Evelyn gets her story ready, and I don't know if Aristi has any more stories. As you can see, the holes are there. I'm going to go ahead and put some glue here to make sure it kind of holds it into place, okay? So we're going to use some hot glue. So as Evelyn gets herself ready, Aristi, any more scary?
When I was 4,
Mm-hmm.
we were living with my mom in a house, and I live in Crete. It's an island. and the capital of Greece is Athens.
Mhm.
My mother's beloved sister was living in Athens, far away from us. So she was sick. My mother was washing the dishes in the sink, and while she was doing that, she dropped the dishes, and she was, her hair were up, and
You got cold chill.
yeah, and my dad turned and say what happened, and she say to my dad, my sister, something happened to my sister. A few minutes after, her parents came, her dad came, and knock on the door and tell her that she got a call from Athens that her sister died.
Oh
wow.
no.
Yeah, those are called psychic dreams. You know that there's different forms of being a psychic. There's people that are psychics because they're they can visually see and hear. And then there's the psychics that can dream. And then there's a psychic, like I said, that you can have a spirit who takes possession of your body and does things. So there's
When I
different.
was 20, I had a boyfriend, and
Mhm.
his mom died. He was older than me, and his mom died from cancer.
Uh-huh.
So my mom told me to tell him around 3 days after the death that his mom came to her dream and told her it was some practical things like to watch under the kitchen cabinet because she had a jar and it will expire. Very, very practical things that they were actually there. It's his mother sent a message to him through my mother.
Yep. That happens a lot. And Sheila says she had similar experience as me. And then Evelyn said one night just before Halloween, a girl named Anne came to the old inn to babysit for a family called the Armstrong. Yeah, that happens a lot. It's a like, look at that. Isn't that cool?
That is so cute.
Will it stand?
You'll stand.
You'll stand, like it or not. It's not up to him.
He'll stand somehow or another. Not really. You might need something in the back to prop him up. Nope, he's drunk.
I
You
am
might
so
need
drunk
something
I
up his
can't.
butt. Just kidding.
In 2010, I had a dream
Mhm.
that I went to my boyfriend's home, and the house was empty.
Mhm.
I entered the house, it was empty, and I went to the balcony, and the lady across the street on her balcony told me that my boyfriend was dead from cancer, and that they had his funeral, and they didn't let me know. That was on April in 2010. I was really worried, and I started telling to my boyfriend, because he had a cough, go see a doctor, go see a doctor, go see a doctor. I was really annoying him. A few months after, the day that I got my degree, not the degree, it was the finish of the exams. We got the results of the finals.
Mhm.
He asked which hospital is on, because here the hospitals are public. They are free, they're from government, they are not private hospitals. And they have suites. Each day it's a different hospital that has, So we went to the hospital, to the ER, because he had his tongue turned and he had some muscle spasms. And they discovered that he has cancer. And
Oh.
On April 2011, a year after I saw the dream, he died.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
And it was exactly as I saw it. The day that he died, I went to his home, and it was because I wasn't there when he died. I went to see him at 12:30. The past few days I couldn't see him. They didn't allow me. I went to see him on 12:30, and I told him he was under drugs. They had him sedative,
Sedated.
Yeah. So I went on 12:30, and I told him, okay, if it's too hard for you, you can let go. You can leave. And I left the hospital, and on 1:15 he died.
Oh.
Oh.
But after that, I stopped having those type of dreams. I only have two. Before him, I have here we call it déjà vu. Before him, I had many times. Like, for example, once in my dream, I saw a place I'd never been before. It was like a village, like a traditional village, and it has landscape, and it has playgrounds, and it had this and that, and there was many kids, and I didn't know what that was. And 2 years after, I went to work in a camp for kids, and it was that place, and I never knew that place before. And like, for example, the last job I got was in a village, and it has a certain structure, the village, and it has a certain church, and I saw that I was in the square of the village with that church, and I didn't know that place. And in 2013 I went there. But after George, I stopped having those dreams and those déjà vu things.
Evelyn says the three little girls that she was sitting had done their homework and were already in their pajamas and ready for bed. The Armstrongs left for their dinner engagement around 9 o'clock with all the three girls tucked safely in bed, and Anne settled in front of the television to watch a movie. I do too. I get a lot of deja vu, and Lulu just said the same thing. But I get a lot of dream. I'm scared of my dreams because I know that my dreams always have a meaning, and they always tend to come out true. So whenever I have a dream, it freaks the hell out of me. Like when my mom, when my grandmother was about to die, I was doing my homework in the dining room. I had a desk. And I always had a family altar because I'm a Santeria's priestess, and so I had an altar for the family ancestors. And my great grandfather, which is my grandmother's father, he smoked tobacco. Well, all of a sudden, I got a strong smell of cigars, and I heard voices of someone talking, and I knew that Eric and the kids, all my kids were little. They were upstairs, and I can hear them playing upstairs, but I heard voices like, but I could hear them talking. So as I got close to where my ancestor room was, I kept hearing the voices, and the smell of cigars was stronger. And then all of a sudden, I came back to my desk, sat down, and the phone rang. It was my cousin Rosie to tell my mom that my grandmother was in the hospital, and they weren't sure she was going to survive. So that was her. The smell that I was getting was her dad's cigars, and then 2 weeks later, my grandmother died. Yeah, and when my mom died, about 2.5 weeks, she came to visit me. And I was sitting in the couch, and again, I saw a light and her going into my altar room of where I have my ancestors. And I saw her going in, but she had her long hair. Then she sat on the couch, and I looked at her and I said, Mom, and Nani was little on the couch watching TV with me. I said, Mom, what are you doing here? I thought Eric had brought her to me. And Nani goes, Mom, Mommy. And I said, what? She says, Mama's not there. And I'm like looking at her, I'm like, yes, she is. She's sitting right there. My mom just looking at me. And I'm like, well, your hair grew. Your hair is long. And about 2 weeks later, she died. And so Evelyn said about 15 minutes later, Anne suddenly felt chills to the bone. She sat her cola in the end of the table and checked the thermostat. Guys, we sat here, we made one gnome. You darling guys. Isn't he sexy? I think he's sexy.
He's cute.
He's cute.
I bet you like Irish people.
Yes, I like weird people like that.
No, Irish, like
Oh, the Irish.
Patrick's
Yes.
Day
Oh,
from
yes.
Ireland. People from Ireland. The guys from Ireland.
Yeah, Eric has ancestors from Ireland. We're waiting for Evelyn to tell us her what happens to Anne and this thermostat.
Ooh, spooky. I lived in a haunted. My mom lived inside of a haunted apartment.
Ooh.
Yes. Oh my gosh, the story she told me. Oh. Like
I'm
one
telling
day she had a candy bar sitting on a nightstand, and the next day it was gone because she thought that somebody ate it, and she goes, no, none of us ate it. And a bunch of pennies fell down the stairs. And I was like, ooh, Mom. Ooh, just ooh. It gave me the shivers. I'm
I
like,
don't believe
ugh.
in those stuff.
Huh?
I don't believe in those stuff.
I don't know what.
All those stuff. Ghosts.
You don't believe it all?
I don't believe in witches, ghosts, all that stuff.
You don't?
Hmm?
Oh, I do.
I do.
I don't. Because I don't watch a lot of thrillers. I don't watch scary movies, thrillers, and all that stuff.
Oh, I believe in that stuff. That bad stuff exists. Evil exists.
Yes, they do.
Okay, if witches are real, why they are not having a huge successful life?
I think it's because there's the good witches that do good things. Just because you're a witch doesn't mean you can perform a miracle.
You can find the
And-
winning numbers of the
The
lottery.
lottery, no.
If you know how to kill a person, if a witch is powerful enough to kill a person,
No, but let me tell you,
to damage or affect lives.
my grandfather, because he was a spiritualist, he had a way of knowing numbers, and that's how he became. My grandfather had properties, my mom's dad. He had a way of, there is a religious frame he had. And when he was going to play the lottery, and he hit the lottery quite often, but you have to not be selfish about it. You can't be selfish in life. You can't have everything in life. But my grandfather, he won the lottery several times, not big jackpots, enough to sustain him and enough for him to buy property. Now, he had a religious frame. And every time you went to his house, and if that frame was flipped a certain way, it's because he asked for something. And once he got what he wanted, it flipped back up. And he let us know that whenever he had hit the lottery and he won something, that's when he would revert it back to the way it's supposed to be. The witches do exist. And my mom always told me that when a witch comes to visit you, when a witch visit you, they leave droppings. And those droppings tend to be like muskery seeds, like almost like You know how when baby poops, it's like when they're first born, or you breastfeed them, they have mustardy seed, and it's a lot. Well, with a baby, it's a little, but when it's a witch, it's a lot. But it looks like mustard seeds. And my mom said that when a witch visited, they would leave those droppings. Well, I know because I know there was a witch around us and my family, and they're droppings. And my mom, when she went and saw those, it was a huge pile of it that was left in our house. She burned it. I was already an adult, and I heard that tale since I was a little girl. And when those droppings was left in our house, when I was already an adult, I couldn't believe it. And when she burned it, it almost became like concrete. Because
Okay, so that means it's not enough that they are witches. They don't have any manners to poop in their house, and they come to poop in yours.
I like that. I got you.
Yo-yo and one of your boys. Someone says, I didn't believe until I moved into a house, and I live now a true believer. Yeah, absolutely. Well, anyway, she goes on about the story. Let me go back. I missed the story here. The room temperature was 70 degrees, and she could hear the oil burners chugging along in the basement. She thought, it's freezing in here. She found an Afghan in the back of the couch and settled back to watch TV. Oh, and Lourdes says, oh, Aristi, now you put it out there, and now you're going to receive a visitor. That's true, Aristi. You might receive a visitor.
If he's tall and single, it's okay.
If he's single.
If he's tall and single.
If he's tall and single.
Chocolate color. I prefer the chocolate color better.
Evelyn said a few minutes later, she heard heavy footsteps on the stairs leading to the kitchen on the second floor. And she called out to the three children's name. She called to the three children's name. The footsteps seems to be coming closer. She asked the girls if they were playing trick on her. Suddenly, the light on the end of the table flickered, flared, and went out. And then checked the kitchen and the hallway, and it was even colder back there. Then in the living room, nobody was there. She shook her head and went upstairs. All three girls were sound asleep. She returned to the living room. And Lourdes says, there are good ones and there's bad ones. That's true. That's true. Right?
You know something? I think I may start believing witches. For example, look, Joyce. Otherwise, how did she make that plumber, that Hank, fall in love with her? Yeah, she must have done her witches on him, her spells.
She must have done some witchery stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I have seen some crazy, wacky stuff growing up.
Oh, I have. Me too.
Crazy, wacky stuff. Enough to say I am a firm believer of that. I don't mess around with that stuff.
I don't either. Don't give it to me. I'll burn it.
Don't mess around with Joyce. He will steal your husband and run.
She'll mess around. Joyce, she's got a number. She's got a hit on you, Joyce.
Yeah. Because I'm jealous. That woman, he is married. He has her fun in her time.
She said, oh my
As
God.
for us, I'm single. It's my turn. I mean, she keeps them all for herself. It's so selfish. And she calls herself a friend. Yep, right.
Evelyn said, that's funny. She said she looked at the television. I thought I left it on channel 2. It's on channel 4 now. And the lady the day before remote control, so she walked over to the television and put it back to channel 2. She sat back in the chair. And Miss Joyce would say, what's that? Joyce, she's giving you a hard time, isn't she?
You guys crack me up.
Those two are like, I don't know. Where's Miss Patricia? Patricia, did you fall asleep?
Oh, you want to hear something really weird?
What's
Oh my God. Oh, I turned it. I had this old TV, you know, the kind that you know, the big square TVs that you get that you can set on a stand or whatever. Not the big screen ones, but the little ones or whatever.
Uh-huh.
I had it off one night. I was laying in bed, and I was just laying there going to sleep, and then I seen this light. I looked up. The TV turned on its own. I didn't even touch the remote at all. I was like, what the?
I'm telling you, they walk among us. They walk
I was,
among us.
I about jumped out of my bed. I said, Mom! She goes, what? I said, come in here quick. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. She said, what's
They
going on?
walk
I was like, look at the TV. She goes, what did it do? She was freaking out. She goes, what is going on? I said, watch the TV when I turn it off. She goes, all right. So I turned it off. 5 minutes later, it came back on.
Evelyn said, suddenly the knob began to turn on its own, switching to channel 4 and 7 and then static. A voice whispered through the TV, get out. Get out. Now, I'm sorry. If I heard that on the TV, I would be like out the door in 2 seconds flat.
I'll be
In my
coming. I'll be
mom's room,
going.
the TV is often turned off by itself, but we have cats. They do it.
Your cats turn off the TV?
Yep.
What?
They
Trained?
just step on the remote control and they change channels or close it.
What the heck? What do you have them trained?
They just, I told you it's a demolition crew. When they run around,
It's a demolition crew.
the other day they turned off the printer. I guess it was a code.
The heck?
Oh my gosh.
The other day, yeah, they were running around like mad and they climb on the printer. The printer is under the table.
We need to record them doing all that.
Ah, it's a demolition crew. The fun part is when they climb on the curtain. Here we have curtains in the windows. It's how it's custom in Greece. So the curtains is from the floor to the ceiling. And the ceilings are tall. They are around 4 yards, 3-4 yards. It depends on the house. So it's funny to see the kitty start from downstairs and going all the way to the ceiling. Like they are doing aerial yoga or something.
And Evelyn said, true story. True story.
True story, people.
That ghost walks among us, guys. But I'm sorry, if I was babysitting somebody and they said get out, I'd be calling the kids' parents from the phone outside. Come and get your kids.
What you making now?
Huh?
What you making now?
A hat.
Oh, for Joyce?
Yeah, for a little midget.
Yep. I bet that woman in Christmas, she can make tons of money.
Why is that?
Ooh.
She will work at Santa Claus elves.
Oh my God. And Evelyn said when she was 16, I got my hands on a Ouija board. Oh my God, Evelyn. Ooh,
Oh my
Girl.
gosh, no way. Ooh.
I'm sorry. That's crazy.
Loco. Ooh.
I couldn't even do that. I stay away from that crap.
I would too.
No way, Jose.
I'm gonna get these ornaments done. Yay. And then going in yard sale.
You're having a yard sale in the winter?
No, next year.
Oh.
Yeah.
So why
I'll
isn't
be
your
going
mom
live.
moving to Delaware?
Huh?
Why isn't your mom moving to Delaware?
Where's my mom?
Wait, no, I said, why isn't she?
Who?
Look at Joyce, Aristic. What did you just say?
My best friend and I was playing around with it when suddenly a spirit came through of a family member who had recently passed away.
Joyce, I just say that you're Santa's favorite little elf.
Who's Santa's favorite little elf? Joyce's?
Say that Joyce is Santa's favorite little elf.
She's suitable to be it, right?
Yep.
She's tiny as a little teacup.
Do you know how I called her? Okay, do you know the movie The Lord of the Rings?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know that thing, that little one, that it was similar to the one that there is in the movie of Harry Potter?
The Hobbit?
Yeah, no, the other one. Imagine, okay, Joyce is the thing, it's that little weird thing that is
The
naked,
Schmeagle?
and it's
Schmeagle.
weird. And
Schmeagle.
that thing holds the ring.
Yeah, Schmeagle.
Imagine Joyce and Plumber is the ring. And Joyce is
Schmeagle.
saying to the plumber, my precious.
Schmeagle was a hobbit, and the ring turned him into that ugly little thing.
You know, that little thing that was chasing the ring all the time. I don't remember the names.
Schmeagle. His name was
Okay, that is Joyce, and the ring is the plumber. And
Oh my gosh.
the rest of us, when we try to catch the ring, Joyce says, it's mine, my precious.
My precious.
Yeah, that's Joyce.
Oh my gosh.
Give her any socks or any piece of cloth, she will turn to normal. She will be free.
Joyce, they're picking on you. What did he say? Wait a minute. She asked him to describe it. Wait a minute. He started to tell her she needed to look for a ring. He asked him to describe it and said it was a black and white ring. She asked him how she was supposed to find it, and he said to ask his mother. He wanted her to take it to his grave. When she asked him why all of a sudden the board started spelling out very foul words. What was wrong? Oh my God. What was up with the ring? Was it something he loved? My mom keeps, you know what? When I get spiritual reading, my mom keeps claiming her jewelry. And that's because my brother and my stepdad pawned some of her jewelry, but my brother took it and gave it to my sister-in-law, and my mom didn't get along with it. They took my mom's jewelry.
Precious, the plumber is your precious. I'm the hero from the Harry Potter, you know, the very tall one and fat one that was the guard of the Hogwarts.
When she asked him what some of the board started spelling foul words, she immediately turned the board upside down and said it was evil spirit trying to come through. Oh, she never found out if it was real? She never went to see about that ring? Well, I would have gone to see about that ring.
Do you know something? I like how Koreans show and present all those supernatural. Like, do you remember the Goblin?
I didn't watch it. I didn't like
the
that.
Dream Reaper and all that stuff. I really like how they do it. I was watching another one that it was called Pop-Up Bar, and it was about a woman that was in love with the king, and for 500 years he was helping people to get rid of their anger.
Hey, Carla's here. You want to talk to her about Koreans?
Carla, how are you? Did you learn any Koreans?
Hold on, let me tell her to come up. Hold on, I gotta tell her to
Hi,
come up.
Mark.
Carla, my beautiful sister.
Mark West is here.
Hello.
Hey, Mark,
Okay.
how are you, hon? Did
Hi, Marge.
you celebrate Halloween today? You sound like a herd of animals coming up.
I was just me by myself on it.
Well, you gotta look at her haircut. She looks like an Asian with her haircut.
No, I don't want to show my hair.
Hi, Carla.
She got all her hair cut. It was a scary experience, but what's more frightening is that since then, the time 34 years ago, the board continues to call me back to it and have to pray hard to resist. Oh, Evelyn, burn that sucker. Burn. Put some holy water on that crap. Okay, so Aristi's on here. Say hello.
Hello.
Hi, Carla. How are you?
Good.
Hi, Carla.
Hi.
That's Clint.
Hi.
And so they want to
Hey.
know how's it going with your Korean boyfriend. You know, Risky likes Koreans.
It's going good. We've been together for a while now.
Aw,
Any questions,
good.
Risky?
Did you learn any Korean?
Yeah, I've actually learned some Korean. Like not a lot, but he's taught me like the basic vowels and the conjugation to the Korean alphabets. So I've been like learning some of it.
You got a cute little haircut. She looks Korean now.
Korean.
Is Korean guys in reality any close to what we see in TV dramas?
What is it?
Is he close like they are in the Korean drama?
So that's funny because there's some things he does that do like it's kind of like the Korean dramas. Like in the Korean dramas, like the guy always like pets the girl's head, like or like rubs their hair. He does that when he's trying to be very like affectionate, or he's like what's another thing that he does? I told you some things that he's done. What else did I tell you that he does? Like he's very caring. Like one thing I've noticed that is like he's pretty affectionate. Like I didn't think that he'd be that way because most guys I know are not like that. He's pretty affectionate and yeah, I don't know. Like he kind of resembles some of the Korean dramas, like how like the guy is with the girl. He always wants to take photos too. That's one thing I've noticed. He always wants to take photos and capture every memory. So he's like that. And he like got me cake. Like so he got me cake for like how long we've been dating. Like he even got me a necklace and like engraved when we started dating.
Yeah, for them it's very important, for example, to celebrate 100 days together.
Yeah, like I thought that was kind of interesting. So like he got me he basically got me the cake and I was just so surprised because I was like, wow, like I've never gotten a cake for stuff like that. Actually I have a
Yeah,
photo.
it's very important. It's you could search in YouTube and you could find many videos on how it is to
So
on how it is to
Oh,
date.
that's so cute. Look at
And
that
then-
hairdo. I like it.
and then that's him.
Oh,
Yeah, we didn't.
Yes, you got rid of it. Don't be tempted to that. You rebuke that in the name of Jesus. Oh, look at him. That's it. He got you a heart cake?
Yeah,
How cute.
from like that one a bakery in H Mart.
Wow, that looks like it's big.
No, it really wasn't. It was. I don't know.
He has a very
Yeah, I know.
say-
He's
a
very
Korean characteristic that they look way younger than they are really.
They are. He
Oh, I
looks
hate that. I
he
really
looks like
hate that.
he looks like he's in his 20s. He doesn't look his age.
Yeah, in that photo, it looks even younger compared to the photo that you saw me in the past.
Yeah.
Looks like high school man.
Yeah, he looks like he's in his he looks He looks really young. That's her with her long hair, but she just cut her hair.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cute hair,
He's
Carla.
better without glasses. With glasses, he looks like he's in high school.
Really? It's funny because I think he looks older with his glasses on. And then I feel like he looks younger when he has his glasses off. See, that's a video where you can't tell this is 20. See, like
He's
that's
rubbing
how-
her legs. He's rubbing her legs.
Yeah, he's
Are you happy?
Are you happy?
yeah, he's funny. Like I don't know how to explain it. Like we always have fun together. Oh, there's a photo actually where
He has a PhD. You wouldn't even know he has a PhD.
oh, did I show you we're wearing opposite clothes?
No way.
Yeah. I convinced him because it was like this thing that was going on social media where you dress up as the opposite.
You convinced him to do
Yeah, I
that,
convinced him to do it with me.
and he did it.
And he did.
Oh my god, he's crazy.
Oh, my ankle just popped. Ooh.
Oh
Ah.
my
Ugh.
god, she's got him whipped already.
This one is
It's nice seeing you, Carla.
nice to know. I think we have one where like doing those. This one right here, we were doing that. Whatever. That's before I came here. So it was pretty long.
Oh my gosh, that's long hair, girl. You need to
Alright,
braid
I
it.
like your daughter with long
I
hair.
was in Puerto Rico with my mom visiting my grandfather. I was outside near the kitchen playing in a finca. My mother says I began to sing a song that froze her and my aunt in their tracks. Oh, you got a spirit on you.
I like Carla better with long hair.
I
do
know.
too.
That's cute. Her
Oh,
little
like this is like that. So you know how they always do this? Yeah. And then,
Oh,
yeah.
Look at that skin, my God. It's annoying.
Yeah, she's got perfect skin.
I do
Yeah,
not.
it's annoying. He looks 20. And when we say 20, I mean early 20.
This was yeah, this is on his birthday. Hold on. Yeah, this is when he turned 34. Like literally he turned 34. Hold on. Can it focus? Oh. Is it focusing? Can you okay, move it up slowly. Yeah. I honestly he doesn't look like his age. He doesn't act like it. Like I forget that he's 34. Like we're literally 10 years apart.
My mother said that I began to sing a song up there on the track. They called me inside and asked me where I heard that song. Isn't that a pretty hat, guys? That's my own little
That is-
pattern.
that's cute.
It will fit Joyce perfectly.
It's just,
Looks like that pattern looks like an umbrella.
you are so mean to Joyce. You and Joyce have a love-hate relationship. What other question do you want to ask her, Aristi?
Hmm?
You and Carla have a lot to catch up. My grandmother had died 10 years earlier. I told her that Abuela was singing it to me, and I went to the back out to play. Oh my gosh. Your grandmother came, oh, you just gave me cold chills, Evelyn. Your grandmother was singing the song and she was dead?
Are you guys saying scary stories?
Yes.
Yes, we are, Carla, my dear sister.
I like this photo, but like I look so foolish in this photo. This one's like a while ago.
She looks like Selena.
She does look like Selena.
When I had
I was singing a song that she was singing to my mom and my aunt when they would work together in the finca. Aww. Oh, that gave me cold chills.
That is a cute looking hat. It could be turned into a witch's shoe.
A witch's shoe.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Arisi, any more questions for Carla?
I'm trying to think. But she asked if they're like the K dramas.
Yeah, because
That's if we put up.
Questions, but I can ask them in public. The most important thing is if she is happy, that's what counts. And if she's been treated the way she should be treated.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Where's my
If she has any complaints.
a finca is a farm, Joyce. Finca is a farm.
I see what you thought this was a dead animal.
You thought that was a dead animal. Yeah.
Oh, he likes my hair short.
She would always come to me when I was younger. My mom said that she was like, "Yep, that's exactly what they are. Your guardian."
Oh, excuse me.
Did your grandmother come to you? You have a man that comes to you, right? Oh, that was the other thing that. Hey, Miss Gloria. That was.
Hi,
the,
Gloria.
I don't know, but like I'm gonna tell you something. One thing I've noticed being back home, like I'm like cold all the freaking time. And my room is never usually that cold. And I've been cold, like feeling like I'm not alone. I don't know how to explain it. Like I was so scared that I had a light on. I was like, ooh.
In 2015, it was so weird. I had this weird dream because I remember I told you guys I have weird dreams of when someone's gonna die.
Yeah.
Warned. So I dreamt of this guy that came to me and he was telling me, I'm not going to make it to the end of the year. I'm going to die. I have cancer. I didn't know who the guy was. I just saw that he was dressed in white. He was dark skinned. And that's all I knew. I never saw him and I could see him in the airport standing there. He just says, tell him that I'm not going to make it to the end of the year. And that was around October. And I tell my madrina, my godmother, about that, and she lets me know that the godfather, the main godfather of everybody, had died 2 weeks after I told her that dream. Well, Carla, not knowing, she draws a picture of the guy that I had a dream because this guy kept visiting her. So when Carla went to get initiated into Santeria in November of 2015, she has her notebook with all these drawings she had. And we were talking about the dream that I had of this guy. And I was describing the guy because I had never seen him. And so then the lady comes up and she says, let me see that picture again. She says, that's my husband. Carla, I had dreamt a guy that Carla drew. Carla didn't know who I saw in my dream, but Carla drew the guy that I saw in my dream, and it was that lady's husband who was the godfather of everybody. I just never got to.
I forgot about that too. Did she keep the drawing? Because I don't have that drawing anymore.
Yeah, she kept
May,
Huh?
May, tell again to Joyce what finca is.
Finca means farm. It's a farm.
Anyways, it was crazy. You guys are saying scary stories. I'm not going to sleep tonight.
You better watch out, Carla, because I'll scare you.
That laugh isn't helping. Anyways,
Yes.
I get scared.
Well, then you better get some popcorn.
I get this really sad, painful wave that makes me cry when someone's going to pass. Yes. I hate that.
Oh, can I have this?
What do you need it for? It's not
Face.
really for that.
What is it for? Is this for art?
Yeah.
I thought this was her face.
No.
Are you going to perform a surgery or something and you have that scissors?
Coincidences.
Like?
Like some of the foods that we make, they make too, and then just like their words are kind of similar to ours, like apa, pa, oma, mom. There's some words.
She says that it's a weird coincidence when you're dating someone from a different country. Some of their words are similar.
Their culture's not too far off from ours. Although the girls don't learn how to cook or anything until they're married, which is weird because to me, that's another thing I forgot to say. That's weird because my mom always taught me how to do these things because she always said, how can you get married if you don't know how to do these things? And when I went to go cook for him for the first time, like he was so surprised. Like he was even just surprised that I knew how to clean. And I was like, what the heck? And he was like, Korean girls don't know how to do that until they get married, which they don't get married usually in their late 20s or early 30s. And he was like, and I was like, well, then how, like, do they not do this for their boyfriends? And like, no, they're too busy studying to do any of that. So I was just really surprised. Like, there's like little things that they do. And the guys usually don't like it when the girls pay for things either. That's one thing I like.
Clint, Miss Gloria said hello.
Hello.
Not scary, but very sad, and it drains you. Yes, it does.
Mom, is this a makeup brush?
Did you take the Dracula costume off? That is a makeup, but I use it to dust off.
Where'd you get this at?
Yes, I did.
I don't want this.
I already dusted off my desk. with
No, I'm
it.
saying I want to get, like, do they have more of this?
Yes.
Send me a link.
Oh.
My dust stuff.
Yeah. I still got the costume over here though. On bed.
His makeup on. I
Yeah.
heard he won his little prize. He won a prize.
Yes, I did. And I'm excited.
Arisi, why are you so quiet?
Is that
Just-
No, I think she's working on some stuff that she's done for the sisterhood.
I was like, I was hoping to hear Youngsu along.
Yeah, what is Youngsu?
Youngsu's
She's been working on some cutting out some stuff for the sisterhood journals.
since she's been telling me not to date a Korean guy. Crazy.
Carla,
Hmm?
did your boyfriend pop his eyes out when you first kissed him, like they do in the dramas?
Oh my gosh, so that is the
That
funny
funny
thing.
expression they always have, like you slap them. Like the first kiss is not a kiss, it's a slap.
You know, honestly, I thought that like so funny thing is on our first date, we did not hug, we didn't do anything, we didn't touch, right? We did not touch at all. Which is
Yeah,
typical,
they're very.
but at least saying like a goodbye hug, that's typical. And I didn't know how to like say goodbye to him because I was thinking, do I bow? Do I like I was so
No,
confused.
he's not Japanese. They don't bow to.
The Koreans bow a lot more than the actual Japanese. They always do like kind of like the small little bend, like the small bow. And I was thinking, how do I not like say shake your hands and say goodbye? I was so confused. So I just ended up
High
just
five.
saying goodbye. It wasn't until maybe like a couple days in, I can't remember how many. Anyways, I was surprised because he was driving me back home and he asked me if I wanted to hold his hand. And I was like, yeah, I was so surprised because I was thinking that wasn't going to happen. Because you know how the K-dramas, and me and my mom always laugh. Me and
When
my
they walk together and they fingers touch, but they don't touch, and
yeah, that's so weird. Like,
they're so slow in that section.
yeah. And so I was thinking that was going to happen. Like, he was going to wait until, like, I don't know, maybe the 16th episode. Because the last episode, that's when everything happens. So I was thinking he was going to wait forever. And then funny enough, because he asked me permission on everything. So he asked me, so he drops me off at my home, right? No, actually, he pulls into the side of my house with his car. And I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to go, this was great. And then he asked me, "Oh, can I have a goodbye hug?" And I was kind of surprised. I was like, "What?" And so I was like, "Yeah, you can have a hug." And then he's like, then he asked me, "Can I have a kiss?" And I was like, "What?" I was so surprised.
It's not 16 episodes yet.
Yeah.
That's what she told me. She came home. She goes, "Mom."
You'll never believe. And so
Because we thought, you know how Koreans, they wait to we thought that they waited years before they
They
had
do
any
anything.
sexual contact.
yeah, so funny. And then so it was simple. It was a simple kiss. It was nothing crazy. And I was just so surprised. It happened so fast that I didn't even know it. Like by the time it like started, it finished. And I was like, "Whoa, what just happened?" I didn't even know how to respond
So
to it.
you were the one with the eyes open.
Yeah. He had his eyes closed, surprisingly. Because I always thought, like, oh my god, is he gonna have his eyes open? Is he not? Because you know how like they don't press their lips in the show. They always have their lips touching, but they don't. They don't actually kiss. Like they don't press their lips. And I'm thinking, is he gonna do this? And it was normal. It was normal. But it was funny because I was telling my mom, I was like, "What the heck?" Like he kissed me. Like I'm so surprised.
I was just sometime my husband, his father was coming home at night, horseback from working. Oh, I've heard a lot of stories from fincas, farms. He said that one point he heard another horse coming behind him. When he looked back, he said he didn't see anything. So he moved a little faster to hurry to get home. He said that he heard other horses again, and it was matching his pace every time he urged his horse faster. Yes, I've heard a lot of stories about stuff that happened in the fincas. My mom would tell me stories like that because my mom grew up in a finca too.
See, this is why I'm not gonna go there.
So yeah, we laughed about that because in Korean soaps they never hold hands.
Okay, so listen to this. Okay, so listen to this. Okay, so I had a conversation with him about this, right? And I told him, "Hey, I don't want to compare you to the Korean dramas because I know these are opposite. But how is it dating in like Korea?" So he said that typically you'll take a girl on a date, maybe 10 dates before you actually kiss her, and you don't kiss her until you ask her permission to be in a relationship. So he says he never kissed a girl that was not his girlfriend, never. So I was the first, and I was like, "So then why did you do that to me?" And he's like, "This is America. This is like Korea." He's like, "Also, I didn't want to do it that way because I thought because this is a different culture, that you might kind of be like what's going on." He's like, "I've been here for years, so I already know like that's kind of odd, if I would have done that." And I'm like, "That's true. That's true. I'm glad you didn't do that."
Tell him that you were trained with Korean dramas. The thing.
I was so prepared. But there's some things that they do that is pretty similar, but like the food and all that, like he likes to cook. He enjoys cooking. He actually made my family some bulgogi, whatever the heck it is, rice cake basically. It's spicy rice cake. And yeah, so it was so funny. I was just like thinking like, oh, I was thinking that you were going to be like a nun or something, like a priest or a monk. And he was laughing. He's all like, "I'm 34, not 16."
Carla, ask for because the Korean guy that it was sent to you, he's very slutty. Ask for a refund.
Oh my god. I just thought it was funny. Like just like the weird things that I thought were gonna happen. The affection part was like something that was so like so new to me because I was thinking that he was not going to be affected. Because you know how the Korean dramas like just simply touching is like so dramatic.
Yeah, he has to make it with the right order. He has to. First is the walking under the rain with the same umbrella.
Yeah.
Then it's washing the first snow together.
We actually did watch.
Then it's a piggyback, piggyback, right? Then it's that you have to get drunk.
And listen,
Come on, don't don't spoil the order of things.
I was thinking of Vito, but funny enough, I was actually thinking, he said about the umbrella and the one umbrella and the raining hard. Funny enough, we went to the store and it actually ended up happening that way. It started raining so freaking hard, which in Texas is rare for it to rain really hard. And he had the blanket, not the blanket, he had this big umbrella. He got an umbrella and we just shared it. And I just thought, I was laughing to myself because I was like, this is just like in a Korean drama.
Yes, you're living your personal Korean drama.
And here's another funny moment that was like a Korean drama. So we went to a park and it was literally so pretty. Like this park, I've been in Texas for so long and I've never seen this park, which is kind of weird. I don't know how I never encountered it. We go there and we're about to sit on the bench and he takes off his jacket, like his light jacket, and puts it on the bench so I can sit there. And I was just like, that has never happened to me in my life.
Oh my God, look what Evelyn said. She says he said he finally got the nerve to look back and said he saw the devil himself mounted on a black horse. He said he went full gallop all the way home and never looked back again. He says that after that, when he would hear the horse again, he would run home. They say that if you look between, my mom would always say, a horse, any animal can sense spirit. Animals are very sensitive to spirits. And a horse, if the horse perks up his two ears like that, and they start look between the two ears, my mom would say, you can see straight between the two ears, you'll see the spirit that the horse sees.
Okay, that's creepy.
Wow.
Well, how are you not affected by it?
I'm not, because I was born around this stuff.
Okay, no, listen to this scary stuff. I heard this yesterday and I literally couldn't sleep well either. So you remember that tsunami that happened in Japan?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's such a tragedy. All those people died, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe less than a year, maybe 9 months after, these taxi drivers were trying to resume back to normal, right? So they would get they might get a client at nighttime, or no, during maybe kind of towards the evening,
Mm-hmm.
and they get, oh, can you take me to this area, right? And it's really far of a drive. It's where the tsunami hit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the guy realized, what the hell? There's no house here. It's all just dirt, because they never really actually rebuilt on that land again.
Mm-hmm.
And right when it was time to pay, they disappeared. And sometimes he gets the same client, and they just don't know that they're dead. They're like, you know what I mean? And I don't know why, it just made me sad, but it also just kind of creeped me out. Because can you imagine that, seeing stuff like that, getting a ghost in there, not knowing that they're dead? It's sad. It's like unrested soul.
Mm-hmm. So a guy picked up
A couple of taxis there's actually reports on that, because their meters run, and you know how they have to pay for it. So the taxi drivers end up having to pay for it. And sometimes they don't mind, because these souls just don't know that they're home, because they just want to go home, because they say, hey, can you just take me home? And sometimes they're there and they're drenched in water. Sometimes his clients are drenched in water. Their clothes are water, drenched because of the tsunami. That is so sad.
Evelyn says she's got another farm story. Go ahead, go for it. My mom used to tell me about those farms. My mom also told me about the one where they went. A girl died before her. She died before her time, and she went to a dance, and I guess she died, and then I guess she had died. The guy danced with the girl all night.
Oh, I've heard of this story.
And then
wasn't he the most handsomest guy?
I don't know. My mom just told me the story. She says they danced all night and didn't know that the girl was dead. So she walked home. I can try to remember the story. Something about she was walking home. When they turned around to see her, she was gone.
I've heard another story, okay? And this is in San Antonio. I've heard this story before. I heard that there was this place, a club that was in San Antonio, I think, or maybe somewhere in Texas. I don't know. Don't quote me on it. And my teacher had told me about this story. I'll never forget this. And supposedly there was this guy that was really, really handsome. I mean, every girl would stop and stare at this guy because he was tall, dark, and handsome, you know. And what's it called? My teacher's friend supposedly got asked to dance by this guy. And they're dancing all night, and she's literally just like infatuated with this guy because he's so handsome.
Mm-hmm.
And he says he'll be right back. He has to go to the bathroom, right? So the girl kind of goes to the bathroom to freshen up and stuff too. But then she kind of realized that the guy's in that bathroom too. And she's kind of like, what the hell? What is he doing in the girl's bathroom? And then so she's about to knock on the door, like, hey, what are you doing? She sees underneath that he has ram's feet. Like what is it called? Like the goat's feet? Whatever it is, the goat's feet. And then she looks up and she sees his face and how like she kind of sees like a weird glare on his face. It kind of like devilish eyes. And she gets scared and she runs back to the dance floor like kind of like, oh my god, I'm not what do I do? And then the guy comes back and then you know she sees that his feet are normal, right? And she's like, I saw your feet, like they changed. And he said, no, you didn't see anything. He's like, come on, like don't get too carried away. And then they start dancing. They finish the night. She goes home or whatever. And what's it called? Like the guy had walked her back to her place, and he took her back to her place, whatever. And then nothing happened. But after that, weird things would happen to her. Like her house was possessed, and she started hearing things.
No.
Yeah. So people say that the guy is the devil. Like there's frequent like reports of this guy dancing with a lot of girls. And stuff
They
like that.
say that they say the devil's handsome.
Yeah, he was the most beautiful angel that God had.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? Do you know why they actually depict the devil the way that he is? It's not because he's, and you know, it's extremely ugly. It's his personality that is portrayed. Basically, that's why they make him look like very like creepy and scary. But in reality, he's not like that at all. Actually, he's actually very handsome.
Yeah. Evelyn says, before I met my husband, he worked with his father in their finca. He would use his machete to clear the bad brush around the banana trees. And one day, we're setting the fires to brush to clear the new. Mm-hmm. My mom said, I can't remember what was the dream. Not dream. It was something about a girl. She had been, the guy danced with her all night, but she was dead.
That is so.
When I think they went to drop her off, when they looked back, she was not there. One day while they were sitting
Back here.
when you panting, okay? Yeah, you
There
need to
it
really
is.
talk. Did she watch all the K-drama?
Yeah, she loves K-drama, right, Aristi? May, what happened to the lady? It's the batteries, dead, Miss Gloria.
You know we watch K-dramas together.
I gotta get new batteries.
We always do.
Do you?
Every day.
Is he missing you yet?
Yeah, he was telling me. Oh my.
You know what you say?
I can't remember. You told me. He wants to go tomorrow. I know.
He wants you to go back tomorrow. Oh my god.
Well, he said whatever you want. He's like, take your time. He's like, but I miss you. And I was like, yeah, I miss you too if I was gone. So,
You said you missed you.
yeah.
He continued to clear the brush when he said that all of a sudden the fire had formed a ring around him.
That's so scary.
Joyce, I haven't heard any of your stories. We're all telling stories.
Oh my god, let me tell a story.
Go ahead.
This is the one that involved you, right?
Which one?
With the doll? But I know the doll, right?
Huh?
Okay. I'll tell the story, but you fill me in if I'm wrong, okay? But this is what I remember. Actually, I have two stories, but I'll tell you the one that I remember. The last scary encounter that I had that I could really recall details of. So I'm gonna tell you this tonight. This wasn't three stories. So we lived in this house. This is Blair Evan house.
Yeah.
Okay. My house was creepy. That house was haunted. So we lived in this house, right? Can they hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Should I get closer?
No, they can hear you.
I'm gonna get closer. So we lived in this house that was pretty like haunted. Like, and I mean, I hated sleeping by myself. I mean, I still do, but that's beside the point. And I was talking to my best friend, and we were up at maybe 3 in the morning, 3 in the morning, because I remember I never like going to bed at 3 in the morning because they always say that bad things happen at 3 in the morning. And I always have a thing that I need to go to bed. I always tell her, hey, you know what time it is? I gotta go to bed. You know, I don't do the whole staying up at 3. And she said, okay. So I remember hanging up, right, on FaceTime. I clearly remember that, right? And I put my phone on the bed. I go to the bathroom. And when I come back from the bathroom, she's on FaceTime. Like, she's just there. And I told her, I'm like, excuse me? Like, what happened? Why are you on FaceTime? And she's like, you called me. And it shows on my phone that I called her. First of all, that is not possible. This is back in okay, so mind you, this is in 2014.
She was still in high school. Let me read. Hold on. My husband, being who he said he was, he picked up the machete and started calling him women. He said he heard a devil calling him. My husband, being who he said he was, picked up the machete and started calling him back. He screamed at the top of his lungs for him to show himself because he was going to cut him with a machete. He says that at that moment, the fire began to subside and die out. Wow.
That's so scary.
That is scary. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stories. Yes, go ahead.
Anyway, so this is back in 2014. So you remember this was when the iPhone 4 was out. And you already know that phone was pretty crappy back in the day, right? So there's no way in heck that I was able to FaceTime my friend without me going out of my way, getting on the app and, you know, picking her name and then calling her. That was just not going to happen, right? Back then. And so she said, no, you called me on FaceTime and I picked up. And that's why I was kind of wondering, like, I swear she never calls me at 3 in the morning because she always wants to go to bed. And my friend already knew that I was like that, right? And I get so scared, right? Because I'm by myself in this basement kind of thing. Like, it's like a little basement, right?
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. It was in the basement, and I was by myself, so I was so scared. I was a chicken. I was like, you are not going to bed. You're staying there with me because I am so freaking scared. I want to feel when I'm scared. Like, I can't move. I'm just frozen. So we're talking, right? And I get my mind distracted, right, for a bit. And maybe at this time it was like 4 in the morning. And, okay, mind you also, I thought my mom, so, okay, my room had no door, right? So if you walked a little ahead, there was my mom's office. And I kid you not, I thought my mom was in that office. I swear I heard her in the office, at least doing her thing on the computer. And at the time, of course, I didn't think about, like, you know, talking to my mom because I thought, like, you know, I don't know why I didn't think of just going into that room when I got scared. I just didn't want to bother my mom with the details. Anyways, so at that time, I became really tired. I'm like, okay, dude, I think I need to, like, you know, go call it a night because it's pretty late. And, you know, anyways, I say goodnight. I say to my mom goodnight because I swear, okay, I mean, I swear I saw my mom go up the stairs. But here's the weird part. I see my mom's feet and legs, and I see an orange skirt. I'll never forget this, the orange long skirt. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, my mom does not have an orange skirt. I know that for a fact. My mom doesn't even own anything orange. And I'm thinking, okay, that's strange. I tell her goodnight, and she doesn't say anything back. And my mom's always, every time my mom says goodnight, she always says, I love you, right? And, you know, there's always a response. She does not just go to bed without saying something to you. And I thought something told me that was weird, right? And that was my first sign thinking, like, something's not right. But here I am being the stupid girl in that horror movie that follows the noise, you know? I follow, like the dumb person I am. I go upstairs and I'm thinking, where the heck is my mom? It's pitch black upstairs. And I go to her room. My mom had looked asleep. I remember, didn't I wake you up and I said, hey, yeah, I woke you up. Remember? I woke her up and I said, hey, did you just go upstairs and then, like, not say anything to me? She's like, I've been in bed till 7 at night. Because I remember you told me you went to bed at 7. Maybe not 7, but she said she went to bed pretty early. And I was like, no, Mom, you've been downstairs the whole time. But who the heck has been down there making that noise? Anyways, I am so freaking scared. Like, I mean, I will never forget. I saw my mom's feet go up the stairs and the long skirt.
I don't have a brown skirt though.
It was a long skirt too, and I'm like, there's no way in heck my mom's ever gonna own something like that. But I found it strange because I'm like, my mom just buy this skirt, and mind you, when I wake her up, she's wearing white, and I'm even more scared because I'm like, what the heck is this? And I think the next day I try to fall asleep, and it's around 3 a.m, and I'm like, not really tired. I see an old guy walk by me. I was so scared. I felt like I pooped my pants. I felt like I was so scared. I died. Basically, I died in that spot. My soul left my body. Like, my soul had left my body. I was like, like, I was deceased. I was so scared. I was like, I can't believe I'm hearing this. So another story in this house, because this house was extremely haunted. Again, I'm alone in the basement, and I hear this right? And I'm thinking, remember the noise? I texted Eric and I said, hey, Eric, what is that noise? And Eric said, what is that? Okay, so also, side note, a lot of my friends knew where I lived because our house was on this busy road that kind of leads up to the high school. So I'm thinking maybe it's my idiot friends that are like trying to see, like, just trying to mess with me. I don't know why, because sometimes they say, like, hey, let's hang out, right? But I'm like, it's so late at nighttime, and I don't think any of my friends would do this because I'm pretty sure it was a school night. Anyways, I'm hearing like and I'm hearing it from all across the house, like the walls. Like if someone's
Tell me that.
Mama, I'm like, were you not there? I remember texting Eric or calling Eric. Like, what is that noise? I'm so scared. And Eric said that I thought that was you. Eric heard the noise. Don't you remember? I feel like we need to get Eric up here, but he's asleep. Anyways, I remember telling Eric this, right? And I was like, oh, I'm so fucking scared. He said, I thought that was your friend. And me and Eric went upstairs.
And Melissa says, oh my God, my iPad and my grandmother and my granddaughter's phone just turned on.
That's creepy. It's like they know.
The ghost came to Evelyn.
The ghost.
It was creepy. Like, and then like, so I'm over here freaking out. Like, and I remember Eric, because I remember Eric went outside to check, because at the time there was snow on the ground, right? So if anyone was outside, there would have been footprints. Eric went outside. He said there was no footprints. We both not one footprint was around our house. And we heard the across on the house. Like if someone was banging the
Where the hell was I?
Wow, how do you not remember this? I don't know if you were involved in this or not, but either way.
Evelyn says, I think I'm done with the scary stories.
It's just so it was scary. Like I hated that house. I'll never. Oh no! Remember that one story about when I was little? I was 7 years old in the basement in Delaware, and I swear I heard Mama downstairs, and it wasn't her.
Oh, no. Do you remember when we moved to that house?
Which one? The one with the basement, the creepy basement?
The 699 South Oak Mill, or the house Mama bought? Oh my God, I forgot about that story.
South Oak Mill. The White House?
No, her old house in Delaware, the last house she lived in Delaware.
Yeah. What about it?
Okay, so when my mom bought this house, and the owner of the house was an old couple, and her husband had died. But he died in that house. And there was a hospital bed in the basement. In the basement was the hospital bed. One of those, old school hospital beds that you had, but heavy duty. I mean, it took a lot to get that bed out. Well, anyway, in the living room, she left a chair. I don't know why that lady left that chair in that hospital bed. She must not have wanted to take that. So
she had to hate her husband to make him die in that basement.
That's what I'm thinking. I think he died in the basement because that basement was always dark and gloomy.
It was so creepy.
So I went in with Carla, my two nephews, to move things into the house because I helped my mom buy the house. And we stayed in that house. We dropped things off. We were tired from moving things. And so we decided to spend the night at the house because the house was in one town and we had lived in another town. Well, In the living room, which was dark and gloomy too, was always cold. Do you remember
That
that?
house, the one with you had your computer desk there?
No. Remember when you walked in straight
Oh,
across
the
was
one
the
that she
kitchen
never let you in?
and the pretty living room that
The one
no
she,
one,
oh,
and
it was always cold.
it was always cold, and that back where that glass door was,
Yeah.
it was dark and gloomy. Well,
That's
she
true.
had left a chair there, a wingback chair. Well, on the night that we spent that night, oh my God, we heard it. It sounded like someone took frying pan and was banging all through that house, and the kids were freaking out. They're like, "What the heck is that?" They're all three of them, my daughter, my two nephews, screaming to the top of their legs, to their lungs, because and I heard it. It was banging of pans, like frying pans.
That
And
house
I'm
was
like,
so haunted.
what the heck was that? And it was not just me, it was the person who was helping us move the stuff there that heard it too. It was like, it was me, that other person, and the kids. I was like, okay, this is just too bizarre. So then we let it be. The next night that we were moving to, again, as soon as we sat down, something was going through all the stuff that we were bringing in, and they were making noise out of that. When we moved into that house, you can never go into the living room, and the basement was always dark and gloomy, and you can see something moving. And she had left the hospital bed in the basement. Why that hospital bed was left? In order for her to have he had to have slept in that basement, because that hospital bed, it literally took a lot of people to get it out
And the
of there.
stairs were weak.
But the stairs, there was a lot of stairs. It was just,
But you know what I mean? Like, there were wood stairs.
and there were wood stairs. They were
And
not weak.
they were the kind of stairs that you had to put your hand through that.
There were steep stairs, a lot of steps. But for me, I just thought that she had to have had
She had
him.
hated him. She
Yes.
had to hate him.
She had him sleeping in the basement.
And when I mean, on a scale of 1 to 10, how scary that basement was, it was like a 20.
Yeah,
That's how scary it was.
That basement was beyond freaky scary. So,
Why was it like that? I have no. It was not finished. So for you to understand, it was not a finished basement. There was no carpet. It was like cement.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So here's another thing. So then, when my uncle, he happened to die there in that house in the dining room, we put his hospital bed there, and that's where he died, because we took care of him until his last dying day. And on the day that he died, of course, the coroner comes and takes him. I'm on the phone. I could see him from the kitchen to the dining room, and I see he sits up. And I said to the 911, I'm like, oh, wait a minute, he didn't die. He just sat up and he just looked at me. Like, all I saw were these big eyes looking at me. And I said, no, he just looked at me. She says, well, can you give him mouth to mouth? And I'm like, no, he's got jaundice, and I really don't want to get his, not that I'm going to get jaundice. I said, but, the doctor said that he could vomit his liver. And I don't think I want any of that. And I said, and also, I think he has do not resuscitate. And she's looking through his paper. She says, oh, that's right. We just called the doctor. The doctor says, do not resuscitate. And I'm like, thank you, Jesus.
Why can't he be?
Because he had bits of his liver, and they said they were saying that he would eventually vomit out whatever was left of his liver, because he was an alcoholic. Well, anyway, on his anniversary, I remember I was pregnant with Ito. We were all sitting in the
donor, alcoholic can be a donor.
Mama was there, and I was pregnant with Ito, and it was his anniversary. So on the day he died, when we went to bury him, it was raining on our way to from the funeral home to the cemetery. It was sunny but rainy. When we got to where we were going to put his body in the cemetery, it stopped raining. Well, on the anniversary of his death, he was really pissed off that week before he died, because his girlfriend had taken his Social Security check, had not come by to see him in a month at my mom's house. And he says, I'm going to get that bitch. Sure enough, a month after he died, she was killed in a car ran over her while she was walking. Then his ex-girlfriend, prior to that one, she ended up dying violently too, because he was vindictive. Well, anyway, on the anniversary of his death, we had a sunroom. On the day of his death, we all sat down in the sunroom when the coroner took the body, and we heard. Okay, we heard someone knocking on all the glass windows on the sunroom. Well, then, on the anniversary's death, we're sitting in a dining room. It's me, my mom, and Carla, and I was pregnant. And we heard this sound. It went, and it went again. And it was just us three. And my mom looked at me. She says, what day is today? And I said to her, it's August 1st. And she goes, oh my God, Marcelino, he died. We need to go and take flowers to his cemetery. So we went. And as we were going down, it started to rain. When we got to his grave and put a can of beer, because that was his favorite thing, it stopped raining. When we got back, the banging on the windows started again. Mm-hmm.
That house was so creepy.
Yeah, that house was very creepy.
No, I'll never forget the story.
She's sitting in her living room in the dark. Yeah, nope, I wouldn't be sitting by myself.
No, ma'am. There was a time when I think I had been 7 years old, and I was playing hide and go seek. And this is the same house, with my two cousins. And of course, they were little pranksters, and they like to mess with me. And they told me to count, right, in the basement to maybe 10. And I was like, okay. But I didn't want to, because I was so scared of that basement, because it was literally like a horror movie, like how scary it was. And I turned around and they had locked the door. They locked the door, so I couldn't get out. And I was like, oh my God, what am I doing? Anyways, I swear I hear my grandma downstairs, right? And I swear, and I'm like, she's like, Carla? And I said, Mama? And I'm like, you're downstairs? And I swear I see her shadow, because we had like sheet blankets, like, like there was no rooms in the basement, but there was like sheets that were kind of acted as, how do you explain it? Like,
yeah, she had particle blinds to separate because she made the downstairs for my brother and his kids to sleep down there.
Yeah.
So she put these particle blinds until she got
like actual walls
put in.
And so I'm in there and I see her shadow. I swear I see the outline of her shadow, and I'm thinking, what the heck is she doing? I go into one of the rooms and she's not there. Then I hear from across the room, the basement. And it's like the room where Mama had like all her, what's it, the Santo stuff? The Santo stuff.
Bro, you never go to the boys when they call you.
I was 7.
Yeah.
You never do that.
I was
They
7.
could kill you.
Okay, anyways, I followed. Then they said, no, I'm over here. That's what I hear, right? Her voice saying that. And I go in there and she's not in there. And I'm freaked out because I'm looking at this room and I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And I get so scared that I didn't hear her that I run up the stairs and I'm banging and crying. I'm like, oh, let me out. The door's open. I go out and I'm looking for her and she's out in the porch outside sitting there. And I say, hey, have you been here the whole time? And she's like, yes, I've been here the whole time. And I tell her, I'm like, no, you were downstairs. I saw your shadow and you said my name and you said I was over here and you went over there. And she's like, I've been here the whole time. And she's like, it must be the ghost downstairs. Like the old man died in there. And I was so scared.
I don't know, because Mom was a prankster. She probably was pranking you too.
Mom, I don't think so. Like, she was not down. How? Okay, I'm not to be rude here, but those were a lot of stairs, first of all. And she was a big woman.
Your mom fat.
She was a big woman. Second thing, the shadow. There was the shadow of her, and I mean like her outline of a figure. Like, I'm not playing you, Mom. It's been years, and I still remember this. Like, it traumatized me.
He wanted a 6-pack. Yes, he wanted a 6-pack of beer. He said to his dying death he wanted beer. I mean, that man loved his beer. He was alcoholic. Marcelina, you never
Like,
got
how
to
many
eat.
beers would he have a day?
From the time he woke up to the time he went to sleep, that man would probably he couldn't even. I mean, he could drink. Get him out of there. He could probably drink a 24-pack and they wouldn't even please him. He's an
Oh,
alcoholic
so how does that? How do you cough up your lung? Like, how does that even? Your liver? How does that?
because he had cirrhosis of the liver from all the drinking. He was a heavy drinker.
I feel sad. How old did he die?
Marcelino, God, Marcelino was young. He was in his 40s. Early
When
40s.
you drink too much, you get cirrhosis, and that's cancer.
Do you have
Mhm.
photos of him when he was younger?
An alcoholic can be a liver donor.
Yeah, yeah. He had probably they said when they put him in hospice, they said he had about quarter size of a liver. His liver was about
Plus, if he's a drinker, and drinkers destroy their livers. So even if he wants a transplant, they won't give it to him because he's a drinker.
Mhm.
That is so sad.
In 70s, I don't know if it was early 70s, my mom was living in Athens, the capital of Greece, and she was living there with her sister in the same house. Her sister was married, and her husband's grandmother was living with them. So she was really, really old. She had passed 100. So at some point, that woman died. And they follow the ritual that is, the traditions that are here. So you prepare the dead, you put them in the coffin, you have them in the house. So all the friends and family and neighbor will come to pay the respect to the dead. So that lasts a couple of days. That old woman was also, and if you die in the house, a doctor comes and check on you. So they will write the official documents for you to proceed to the funeral. So all that happened, and it was 2 days there, the woman lay in the coffin, and people paying the respect and all that stuff. So the next morning, they were preparing to take her to the cemetery to bury her. And while they tried to pick the coffin up, the woman that was in the coffin and had passed 100 years old sat on the coffin, start looking around and saying, "Oh gosh, I'm so thirsty. What am I doing here?"
What?
She was alive.
Yeah.
Don't they
Yeah.
embalm them there?
What?
They don't embalm in your country?
What's that?
Like
What?
when you take out your fluids and they put like a liquid inside.
No, they don't do that. Plus, I told you the doctor came and checked, and it was in the 70s.
Oh, this
But
is
the
back
doctor
then.
came and checked her heart, and she wasn't breathing. She didn't have heartbeat. But we don't do that. We don't drain the bodies here.
Can you imagine waking up and be like, excuse me, explain yourself? This
And
would be
then
mom.
when is
They have many cases. Here. They put you underground, and after 2 to 4 years, it depends. Usually, it's after 2 years. They open the grave and they take you out and they put you in a box and in a special place in the cemetery. They have many times here when they bury you, you're in in the same position that is global. Your hands are on your chest and you're lying flat, sitting facing up, and everything's close together. So many times they have opened bodies, they have opened the coffins, and they have seen the bodies in a different position because they were buried alive.
Oh my gosh.
I think like way back.
It's called, I don't know the English word here, it's called narcolepsy. That means that your body looks like dead, but it's not actually dead. You're still alive.
oh my God.
Like imagine waking up and it
You maybe seen that in movies. It's when your heart stops and your heartbeat's very slow, very fainted. You don't have a pulse. You stop breathing, but you're not actually dead. So the next time that granny died. They kept her in the fridge for days.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, in case she was alive.
What did you do, Clint?
My pillow scared the living shit out of me. Excuse my language, and it touched my butt. God, these scary stories get me jumpy.
We got you jumpy.
Honestly
Yeah.
speaking, I'm never sleep well tonight. I'm scared.
You're chicken.
God, forgive me for swearing.
This house too, you and I and Ito, right? Oh, after we finished watching Veronica?
Oh,
whatever it's
wait,
called.
wait.
Was this when maybe you and Ito watched it? Or
No, me and
All right,
you.
so every time I leave and I leave the kids by
Something
themselves,
always happens. I don't know, mind you, I don't like being alone in this house. I will not be alone in this
I
house.
always say to my
refuse.
mom, watch the kids, keep an eye on the kids. And she does. She lets them know she's watching.
Oh no, I know for a fact she cannot run back and forth like a Speedy Gonzalez down
Yeah,
here.
something's upstairs and it is not cute.
So I went out of town last year.
Oh no, this was a couple years ago.
It was last year.
It was last year.
Was it last year?
Yes.
I swear it was 2 years
It was
ago.
last November. I went out of town with Eric, and you guys were hysterically crying.
I seriously wanted you to come home in 2.5
Cause like we
seconds.
were watching a movie and then afterwards like we started hearing running noise and we thought,
Veronica? No, it was not. Veronica was a couple years ago, dude.
no, it was like a scary story based on like a
Oh, this was a
Based
different
on a-
story. Okay, then Veronica was like 3 years ago.
yeah, it was like a
Every time I leave town, these kids are freaking out.
Okay, my brother never believes in anything. Like he's like one of those like,
But, like,
right.
the thing is like there was something running here. We thought it was Tink, but Tink was right next to us.
All the animals were downstairs.
And she was kind of sus because like Tink kept looking up here, and then
the animals were looking upstairs.
We-
and that's when I was like,
we were
this-
hearing somebody upstairs, and so Ito was just like, "Hey,
Yeah. Our
And
brother
what about the time we were sitting? And this is because I always tell my mom, when I'm not here, you keep an eye on the kids.
Yeah, she's pulling legs, all right.
yeah, I know she can't run." Mm-mm.
And so we were sitting down. Was it? We were sitting down at the kitchen table.
No, we were in your room.
No, they
Oh, I was telling mommy, I don't know how people are scared of ghosts. What are they gonna do? Beat you up? They're dead. They can't fight you. How are people scared? And the next thing you know, the power went off.
The power went on the whole house.
no, it flickered. It went
No,
on.
for like a few seconds.
Yeah, and it came back on.
Yeah, and let me tell you, that doesn't happen in this house. We have really good electricity.
It's like,
He said that happened in Puerto Rico. They would burp people,
Huh?
and weren't dead. Bury. I think she said make bury people. Yeah, they would bury people, and they
No,
weren't really dead.
It's honestly just
Look
so
at this
creepy.
one, guys.
That's cute.
That's cute.
Not my best. I'm not a very good blanket.
I
stitch,
kind of
but-
like how the head's like that.
looks like me.
Looks like one of those like
You see these?
animations. Yeah, I saw they're cute. You made these?
Mhm.
They look like they're bought.
Their butt?
Bought. Like
Oh.
you bought them.
Look at my witch.
That thing looks like me.
She's the main. She's the main. The main character.
Oh.
So no,
That's
seriously
tired.
speaking, now I'm like,
No,
this
yeah,
house creeps me out.
This house creepy. This house is creepy. Yeah.
That's because you've been haunted by the
But
honest.
honestly, I get scared like so easily.
What kids do get scared to me?
Not me.
I get so scared.
I don't get scared.
I'm only scared of the
Didn't have
dark.
weird things happen to you? Or am I-
Yeah, Nani's always, ever since she was little, Nani's here. She's,
Sometimes I feel something holding my hand and I get scared. It's like a little person and I'm like, ooh, 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 ooh. And then like I felt like a bigger hand on my back. I'm like,
Yeah, I think on my arm, and I don't like that.
like don't touch me. Oh, I'm a hair.
So, so I'm a little scared of like the house here. So funny, I just like I always have the light on. I do not like sleeping in the dark.
I don't like the night. I mean, I don't like the darkness.
I don't like the darkness either.
No, remember when I slept in the bathroom?
But what was happening in your room that you were so scared of it? You didn't sleep in your room for
Yeah,
months.
she said,
Was it
yeah.
like months?
Yeah, there was a time Nani didn't want to sleep in her room.
It's because I have strong paranoia and like something like there was like something that moved in my room, like my teddy bear completely moved, and I was like,
I'm out. But did you say you said you didn't want to sleep in my room either because you saw something move?
oh wait, where Ito's sleeping?
My room.
Where Ito's old room?
Yes.
Yeah, because like every time I slept in there, I would always see like a guy in a bowler hat just like in the corner, and I'm like,
Yeah. Thanks, hello. I'm not be able to sleep in this room tonight.
and then
That
like
room?
I slept in the bathroom because I was paranoid of the whole house.
Thank you, Miss Gloria. I'll do
Look what I
the
made, May.
tutorial. Huh?
Look what I made.
Let me see. Hold on. Let's put the camera on you.
I have to do my
Oh,
school.
cute! You made a little stocking with little toys and where did you get that little trumpet?
It was in my grandmother's Christmas stuff.
You just made that while we've been sitting here chatting?
Yup.
Wow,
That's
that
cute.
looks cute, Clint.
I like the
Well,
little
thank
gift.
you.
Actually, now you know what? And since to avoid haunting, can you bring those flowers that I brought Mama up here, please? Cause I ain't trying to have her haunt me.
No, you can do it yourself.
Nanny,
If you
please.
don't want to be haunted, she probably wants you to do it yourself.
Nanny, just bring up here and I'll do the rest. Hand them
She
to
probably
me.
wants you to do
And
it.
then you also can you bring me a cookie too?
Don't touch me like that. Don't touch me right there.
Please.
don't ever touch
Nanny,
me.
please. Okay, I will do it, but please.
She probably wants you to do
Nanny,
it.
please.
You know what? You should ask
I'm
her.
hungry.
You should
Hi,
have asked
Nolly.
You should have asked him to bring you food.
Mommy, I did.
He did.
He didn't give me anything. Can you give me something, please?
No.
Mom, tell her to do it.
Do I look like your
Command
mom?
her.
Do I look like your mom?
Command her, Mom.
Carla, how old are you?
Anyways,
29.
So basically, like,
She's 29.
I am.
Oh no, you are. I was gonna say Carla's not 29 yet.
it feels like it though.
That's how my bones feel.
That's how my bones feel.
No, my bones feel like a 90-year-old lady's.
So I've been kind of obsessing over skincare that
Nobody
makes me look
cares.
youthful because I always been hearing from my mom that like you need to take care of your skin now because you don't want to look old when you're like old when you're not even old. So you know they say retinol is really good for your skin for anti-aging properties. They look into it.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can tell you don't use it.
I've been using the heck out of it. Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Miss Baldy.
Okay. Wait, I'm balding.
Oh my God! Don't tell her nothing. Now she's gonna be paranoid about balding.
Okay,
Do
but
you
okay.
know
Also,
the,
did you
mo-
not
the
see Dr. Sales
movement of
hair,
the
right?
earth
It's not
makes you
balding.
see things move, especially at night when you are relaxing.
He's balding.
You got great hair.
The movement of the earth makes you see things.
Carla, why's your scalp white?
Isn't everyone?
I don't know about that, Miss Gloria. When you see a spirit, that's one thing.
You brown. That's why.
I'm right.
You see it. When you see it, you see it.
You know it. You
You
feel
know
it.
it. You feel it.
It's
Yeah.
a feeling like you can't
You
move.
can feel it. You can. Whenever I feel a spirit, there's a couple things I feel. One, cold chills, goosebumps. The back of my hair on the back of the nape of my neck starts to stand up. Two, I get this uncontrollable, like it's like an anxiety. Not like my heart starts to race
You're
really
just
fast.
basically on like
Yeah,
Adrenaline.
yeah.
adrenaline.
It's like you can feel it. My heart starts to palpitate really fast.
Adrenaline.
Adrenaline.
Yeah.
We can't pronounce it.
Adrenaline.
It's not that hard, Carla.
Oh,
You know,
no.
speaking of which, when I've been learning Korean, I've actually been able to remember it really well.
Oh,
Right.
Why'd you have to bring that up?
Because you know how you guys always make fun of me that I can never repeat anything you guys say.
Girl, you couldn't even type on the computer.
I got nails on. Speaking of which, I didn't get my nails done.
You can feel it when you see something that is supernatural. Oh, you'll know.
Mom, okay, Mom. What's the scariest thing you've ever endured? Like, seen?
Probably when I had my body lift up in the air.
That's a classic story.
No,
You're crazy.
that would scare the hell out of me.
Why didn't you record it?
Huh? I was a teenager. There was no such thing as computers then.
Well,
I
then
just
you
seen
could have
your
made
Insta.
YouTube. You could have made YouTube. Imagine Mom had YouTube back then.
I can't even manage YouTube now.
No, Mom would be like my first scary guy. She's like, hold on, put me down. Okay, redo it.
No.
Okay, I don't want to.
I can't even manage YouTube now, let alone try.
I
to figure
honestly, I can't. You know what? I don't think I could ever live by myself. And I realized this as an adult. I'm like, I can't live by myself. I cannot handle that. Like, there's something creepy about being by myself. See, I could live by myself. Like, literally, did you tell them about us going Halloween, going out walking? I tell my mom I should carry a pocket knife because there's psychos out here.
She's paranoid.
I am so, especially on Halloween, I'm always paranoid. And it all started because in 2016, there was a whole clown.
Oh yes, I can't. Well, she was scared of clowns when she was little.
I've always been scared of clowns, and I remember they had these killer clowns, right? I don't even know if you guys remember that. Like, remember how there was like clowns trying to like scare people, like just randomly being there? Man, your mom was middle school.
Miss Gloria, you must never have ever experienced a spirit, or you're just in denial. But
No.
spirits exist, hon.
Why?
They exist.
I'm tired. Too bad.
And when you're a child, you don't know anything about good or evil.
Can you
So
bring the
I've been
flowers
seeing
over
that since I was a child. There is no
here? Johnny, please.
no masking that.
Just do it.
A child doesn't know the difference between good and evil.
Just do it, dude. Seriously? I can't walk back up the stairs. I was so tired. Whatever. Mommy didn't let me sleep last night. Anyways.
Yeah, animals can see spirit, and if you look between the ears of a dog, when they're a dog or a horse, and their ears perk up, if they're barking and you don't see what they're barking at, look between their ears. If their ears are perked up, right between them, you'll see what it is that they see.
Hey,
My
yo,
mom
guys,
told
come
me
here.
that.
Yuki boy, come here. Anyway, I'm scared. Why are you scared? For what reason? Because this house creeps me out.
You remember those clowns? Those clowns were. I don't like clowns.
Yeah, I dressed up. Yeah, so let me tell you. So, but that time we went Halloween. We went to Halloween anyway, walking around Halloween.
No, we didn't go. We didn't.
Yeah, we did that year.
We haven't gone trick or treat. Like last year was the first year we've gone trick or treating in this town.
No, because remember that one time when we went and there wasn't anyone walking. No one was walking. Out. We were walking. Remember, with my friend. Remember when it was
Do you
raining?
remember?
Mom, don't you remember that when we were out, me and Nani?
I didn't go trick or treating until 2019.
Yeah, our first official time. But in 2017,
What
we
happened in
tried,
2000?
remember? And it was raining, and no one was out. But in 2016, didn't we go? We did with Nay, dude. Yes, we did. We went with Nay.
No, because like I had a costume, but like I decided not to go because one, it was raining, and two,
that was in 2017. But
That
in
was-
2016, we went. I went with Nay. Yes, we did.
I think I remember.
I promise you, I can honestly text him. He'll say, "Yeah, I remember." He's asleep right now.
No, you did. You did go trick or treating when we first moved here.
Mom, right?
Not
Because
20
we told
2015.
Nay went with us.
Yeah.
Because
No,
remember
you went trick or treating.
Danny, we went with Nay because Mom said to bring Nay with us.
Not 2015 or 2016.
Yeah.
Not 2015.
You lived in a haunted house, and you would follow them going. Yes. Oh my God. Haunted. That's why I will not. I don't like living in old houses.
I don't like living anywhere where I know that someone's lived in, but someone
Everywhere.
died in.
in the
People
house
have died
in Florida
everywhere.
that we bought when we first moved in there. I kept feeling there was something there. I just did not know what it was. It wasn't disclosed that anybody had died in that house, and I just kept. I have never had pain on my feet. Until
Oh, yeah, I
the
remember
moment
you
I
complained.
couldn't even put my feet.
The headache.
The moment I put my feet from the bed down or from the couch on the floor, it would hurt like throbbing. throbbing. I couldn't resist it. And I'm like, what the heck? And it was just from the moment that I moved into the house. And whenever we would go to bed, we had gotten this dog, and that dog in the middle of the night, he would just bark, 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 bark. We would get up 2 o'clock in the morning without failing. He would just go ballistic, crazy. Whatever it was there. Well, that week, just as we were about to close on the house, the week of closing on the house, the neighbor told us that the original owner had died in the house. And she had been wheel bound, and that's where I was feeling the pain on the legs, where I couldn't even walk. I mean, I couldn't even. I have never had an issue with my legs like that. I could not move from the couch. If I moved from the couch to the bed, it was just pure agony. Well, apparently she had been wheel bound, and she died in the house. Then the house became a mess. Before we moved there. Months before, we had bought the house in April, and we moved to the house in June. I kept dreaming about floods and water and rain, and that there was drugs in that house.
I'm here.
But the house was just, I kept describing the house to the lady that went to see the house for me, because I had someone go check out the house for me, and we bought it on the internet cash price. So I kept dreaming about floods, there being drugs in the house, and the area being bad. And I kept asking the girl, are you sure this neighborhood is okay? Are you sure there's nothing wrong with that house? And she's like, oh no, the house is beautiful. It's been fully remodeled. It's a gorgeous house. Little did I know that week before we closed on the house, one, it was on a flood zone, which was not disclosed. The reason it wasn't disclosed to us was because we bought it cash offer, which they still should have disclosed it. Two, we found out that not one person died, but 2 persons. One was the original owner, and second, someone died of an overdose, because that was from the time the owner died, someone else bought it. It became a meth house, and that's why I've been dreaming that. And a person had died of overdose in that house. That's why I was feeling all the pains in that house.
What happened to the third person?
Ooh.
Mom, the third person that died.
I don't know, like 2 people.
Oh, 2?
2 people that died in the house. Oh, yeah. Here's my other note, guys. What do you guys think?
That's cute.
My gosh, that house was creepy.
That house was something else.
You would always.
I could not. I that pain.
But you said, I thought you said it was everywhere too. Did you have a headache? Did you complain about a headache that your left head, your part of your head was hurting?
It was more my feet. I could not walk. I couldn't walk. I couldn't sleep. Eric couldn't sleep.
That town was so depressing. Let me tell you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how depressing that town was. It
But
was
I
like
liked
100.
it. I liked the way it looked. The town.
I didn't like that town.
I like tiny town.
I did not like that town.
My daughter was 2 when she would be in her room talking away, and I would ask her who she was talking to, and she said Grandpa in the rocking chair and that lived in her room. Hi, Judy.
You talking about
hey,
me?
Judy, your mom's here, Clint. Oh, you got busted.
Oh no! Hide me! Hide me, May! Hide me in your classroom! I'm so busted.
Yes,
Mom.
I have an assembly. You got busted.
She's being.
Yeah, Marge. Brianna, from the time she was a baby, she had that problem. Well, Carla's the one that I told you guys that something kept saying the baby, the baby, the baby. When I went to the spiritualist that my mom took me to cleanse, the spiritualist said that from the time I was a little kid, I was given a gift and I kept pushing it back and pushing it back. And they said, is it you or is it going to be your daughter? So I said, I don't want her to go through what I went through, seeing stuff and hearing stuff. So I said, okay, I'll start working the religious stuff. Well, Brianna, when she was born, from the time I was probably about 7 months pregnant. And I heard a baby crying. And my mom heard her, and we were trying to go through the house, figuring out where's this baby coming from. And someone said it was Nani, the baby, which was Nani. Well, she was born early. But she would talk to spirits from the time she was a baby. She would wake up in the middle of the night. My father-in-law came to visit us before she turned a year old for her first birthday. He came in a couple weeks early, and she would stay up and just talk to whatever was it she saw in her crib. And from that time, from the time she was a baby to God, she still sometimes talks to something in her sleep. But there's a little spirit that talks to her.
I talk
And-
to myself.
And we had to get her
Speaking
some
of Dr.
protection
Phil,
because
but
she
in
would
Korean.
stay up and talk to something.
I didn't tell you that. Oh wait, Mom, did I tell you that?
Hmm?
So when maybe like a while ago, Dr. Sale fell asleep and he was talking in Korean, like as if he told me was there, Mom. I was so scared. I was like this, like, like he was legit having a full conversation in Korean. I wish I could have translated. I was gonna take my phone and you know how they can speak into it and translate. I was gonna translate what he was saying.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
If all those things, let's say they are real, okay, why you are scared? Are all those things evil?
They could be evil. It depends on
Why you're scared? They can be nice, they can be good, they can be want something, they can be
my
positive.
my mom always said, don't fear the dead, fear the people that are alive. The dead can't hurt you unless they come out and
So why the scare? Why feel scared?
because some can be evil forces and some are evil. Their spirits not
They
rested,
just like they have unwanted, like
unfinished business.
That means that they are sad or in pain or
Yeah,
something.
but they're bad
They
spirits.
are don't they didn't came to
Oh.
kill or something.
Yeah. Well, just like I said, when I had the black shadows that would attack me, it was a spirit of something black. It was just a black shadow that would attack me. Those aren't good spirits. Those are bad spirits. And those are come out to hurt you. Yeah, Clint, you were busted, your mom said. Oh, look at my
What?
little gnome, guys. He's so adorable. I think this is my
What did she
favorite.
say?
She said,
What'd
you're
she say?
busted.
How am I
Mom.
busted?
You're busted.
What did I do?
He's crafting along with the ladies.
Yes.
Oh,
I got 2 projects done already.
Okay, hon, Miss Gloria.
did something happen to us? Happened to you in the house in Puerto Rico? The last one we lived with, the rented house.
Here, see that for this.
Well, remember the one with the door that we never went inside?
Do you ever
Aye,
thought
aye.
that all those
America when I was 15.
Oh, the one that like the girl cried when we were renting it out.
do you ever thought that all those things are trick from your mind and
Daughter,
you're being
she was like crying because she didn't want to leave the house.
What?
I'm not understanding.
What?
You don't
No,
understand.
no, no,
anything.
no, no, no. Okay. Oh my God, your presence scared the heck out
He's
of me
just
too.
scared of hell.
Oh my God. Okay, I can't sleep tonight.
Oh, you're good.
We're talking scary stories.
Where's the thing?
Literally, you almost made me pee my pants right now.
Really?
Melanie, what are you talking about? The last Puerto Rico that we rented out, there was no one crying.
This girl, okay, she was in the car. Like the owner was a guy, right? And like his wife was in the car with their daughter.
I don't recall that, Nani.
I do.
Melanie,
I don't recall that.
I don't recall.
I
anyone-
recall a girl crying. She's like, "I don't want to leave the house, Dad," but in Spanish.
That house was haunted though.
Oh yeah, that house scared me because like
That
Re-
house was. freaking
remember when
crazy.
I was in like the bunk bed and like I heard like laughing all around me, and Carla was like sleeping, and I was like, I think
was so scared.
that's where my fear of the dark came from.
I was
man.
having to have sleep paralysis so much. Wow.
Yeah, have you guys ever had sleep paralysis? Yeah, you guys had bunk beds.
What was Ito at?
He had his own room.
He had his own room.
Yeah, me and you shared a room. And then
I
he had
don't
his
remember
own.
Ito's room, dude. All I remember is
His
Joe and our
was
room.
in the back.
Yeah, it was in the very back. It was the last house.
Did he have a bunk bed?
No, he had his own room.
No, he had his own bed.
I don't remember your room.
I do.
That's the room I cannot remember. Your
Because I
room.
never slept in that room.
Where did you sleep?
Where'd you sleep?
Always in you guys.
There was only two.
We had bunk beds.
I slept before.
Why would you sleep in there? Oh, because his room had mold.
Oh, because of his breathing.
Yeah, there was
Oh,
mold.
okay, so tell me why that house was creepy.
I saw a lizard in there that night we moved out. I could not sleep because of that lizard. I was like,
No, do you
Someone's
remember they
gonna
had
come.
the do y'all now remember the basement down?
that
had a
little door.
that we never went inside.
Yeah,
And
there was like a door on the side.
we all believed that there was something underneath that house that was just not right.
You should have gone in there.
Don't you think that these are all just tricks of your mind and you may be affected by the video games or the movies and thrillers, that all those things that you're watching?
Hungry?
Yeah, you guys never did.
I told you bring me McDonald's.
Leftover.
Yeah, well,
There's pork chops and mashed potatoes.
you need closing. I don't get.
I told you go to McDonald's.
Did you take it?
I did. I said pick us up.
No,
too.
you probably don't. Have you've never felt spirits?
See, you can tell
Everything-
when you're awake and when you're.
I mean, it's like,
On Snapchat.
Like- for example, I don't want to be offensive, but for example, it's something that it's only in USA, like the zombies and the Superman and the superheroes. It's like that. Why don't you see the same thing in other cultures? The way that you see it there.
I was only watching your girl. With that and stuff.
But it's almost 2 in the
I mean, do you believe in zombies?
Episode.
Have you ever seen a Walking Dead?
But that's not how they are, though. They're just spirits. That's not how they are.
All people, we are all spirits and we all have a soul and we all die someday. That doesn't mean that we will stay here and hunt the rest of the people.
I think some people are able to move on.
Yeah, when it's when you experience it is something else. I'm telling you,
I
it is
mean,
something else.
at this point, there are over 6 billion
Understand it.
people on planet. Can you imagine 6 billion ghosts?
But there's life after death.
I don't know.
There's life after death, and there's spirits that walks.
I don't know. It's something we want. That's why people invented religion. So
And here's okay.
heaven, so they won't be afraid the after death.
Really, I took philosophy class.
But nobody returned to tell us what happened after death.
So when my uncle was dying, he died in our house, and I was reading the Bible, and I was going through the Psalms, and
Gloria, each person has his own beliefs. You believe in Jesus, I believe I don't know what. So that doesn't mean that you're right or I'm right.
so
Like, for example, here in Greece, we are raised as Christian Orthodox, and we believe that Christians is the best religion ever, and Christians, if they are good people, when they die, they will go to paradise and all that crap. Okay, so that means that Buddhists, Hinduists, Muslims, and all the other, as we are taught,
look
a
what
bad
Mark
religion, and they won't
said.
enter the paradise because they believe their own thing. That doesn't make sense to me. They are the bad. We will enter. They won't.
Well,
So that goes to crafting with the heart about what she said.
you know, when my uncle was dying, he was laying.
I'm just trying to say that the mind is a superpower, extreme, limitless machine. So it plays games.
Marge, you're like my uncle. You and my mom. Oh my God. My mom said she had some scores to settle when she died. And I believe her. I believe because my stepfather, he said he could hear my mom crying. He would hear it and he would go out to the back and go back to see where, because he could hear her in the back crying. And he said that she would pull on his legs. My stepdad, he died. She took him with him.
Okay, let me tell you, he died the most tragic.
And he died the
way.
most tragic way.
Like, he was gonna die either way. Like,
Yeah.
That's just how it goes.
Yeah. He died and he was young, but he died the most tragic way. She was determined to get paybacks on him. My uncle, when he was lying in his dying bed, I was reading Psalms, and I got to a part of the Bible, and all of a sudden it was my mom. So here's the bed. He's laying here, his lying bed. My mom's here. I'm in the middle, and my stepfather, who was a coward, was right there. I was reading the Bible, and then my mom and I were. My mom would start singing in between the verses, and I would start singing Christian songs. And then I had told my uncle, because he was an atheist, I had told him, ask God to forgive you so that, all your sins are washed away and you can go to heaven. Well, he came back crying because, there's stages of life. And when you're in hospice, there's several stages of life as to when you're going to start approaching death. So we kept a note, there's 10 stages when they're in hospice. So as he was going through the stages, I could see, the deep sleeps. They start to go back to a period of they become delusional. Like they start seeing things that they saw from their past, families from the past. They start visiting old friends or remembering something from the past. So he went to a deep sleep and he woke up crying hysterically. He kept saying, God, Jesus, he won't forgive me. He won't forgive me. I asked him to forgive me, but he won't forgive me. I said, of course he would forgive you. He says, no, he said he won't forgive me. And I'm like, well, he's going to forgive you. Trust me, he'll forgive you. Well, I was reading the Bible that night that he died. And, of course, the nurse had told us the stages of death as that he was going to have like the mucus coming out. Well, as I got to that part of the verse of the song, all of a sudden he went, sat up, took that deep breath, and laid back down. And that's when I ran to and I felt, my mom felt it. His spirit hit my mom. It hit me, and my stepfather got the last bit of it. He was holding on to me because that's my uncle's spirit was holding. I guess it shook my stepdad because my stepdad was shook all up, and whatever it was just went off. So I ran to the phone, grabbed the phone, started calling 911 so that they can come. And of course, as I'm sitting there looking from the kitchen to the dining room, I can see he sat back up on the bed. His eyes opened up wide and looked at me, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. He just came back up. And she says, that's probably a reflex.
It's a reflex.
Yeah, a nerve reflex. And so I told him how he took that deep breath, and we felt the spirit. I felt that spirit leaving his body. And the same thing happened with my mom. They say that when you have that mucus plug, when you're about to die and you have that mucus, that's the spirit that's about to leave your body.
Is that really true? Do you really have like that weird kind of like that last?
Yeah. And when my mom was in the hospital that she was about to die, my nephew, who shares the same birthday as my mom, he was in the hospital. My stepdad, my brother, my nephew was sitting in a chair next to the hospital bed with my mom. And the doctor came in, and of course he was saying about how my mom, 99.9% of my mom's body was covered in cancer. And if she had not died of the cancer, because the cancer had erupted to the outside of the skin, the cardiac arrest, there was nothing that they can do. They can put her on machines, but she was already basically dead. And of course, at that time, my mom took her last breath, and my nephew, who was not a believer of nothing, he felt it when her spirit, he says he felt, and if you can ask him now, he says he felt when something left my mom's body and jumped into his body. The day he died, and I was in New Jersey and he was in Puerto Rico. Yes, they come and visit you. My aunt called me to tell me, and my dad, the day that my mom died, That same day, and I had not spoken to my dad in a couple years. That same day, my dad called and he says, I had a dream with your mom. Your mom came to visit me. And I said, well, too late. She just died. You missed her. She went to visit. They visit their loved ones.
I would totally do that. I'm sorry, side note, I would totally do that. I'd be like,
Mhm.
you miss me, boo boo.
Mhm.
I'd be like, girl, you better not wear my shirt. Honestly, I would be like this, you better not take my things. I'll come for you. I'll drag you right where
You
I
think after you die, you don't have anything better to do than return back and annoying people?
You do, because look at my uncle. He was so upset that his girlfriend had not come to visit him while he was at my house in hospice.
No, the jewelry
Then he-
dream. The jewelry dream with mama. I had that dream. Remember I told you?
Well, he kept saying, I'm going to get that bitch. I'm going to get that bitch. She's spending my money. She's going to get it. She's going to get it. A month
I'm going to bed.
to the day that he died. She was walking home. She was a bartender walking home from the bar that she worked at in Maryland, and a car ran her over and killed her. Her body was so difficult to what do you call it? Identify, because it just kind of smashed her, and she was a pretty big girl. And then his ex-girlfriend, who was with us on the night that he died, had put a life insurance on him, and he was so mad because she's the one that got him so hooked up on the liquor, and she went and got a life insurance. He went after her, and she died a night. Not even a year. Ladies' night, Miss Patricia.
I also got this.
What is that? Oh, that's my night before Christmas.
No, it's just a skeleton.
Oh.
Everything's a
Give us a pencil.
Bye bye, Patricia.
Teacher.
Sweet dreams. Happy month, everyone.
I haven't eaten any of my candy, surprisingly.
I would be eating none of those candies.
I haven't had any yet.
Well, ladies, I'm getting tired. Are you guys getting tired? I know we said we were going to do an all-nighter, but good God almighty, I am tired.
You're tired? How can you sleep? You scared me. Side note, no, I believe they do have unfinished business. I'm gonna tell you why I feel like they have unfinished business. I had a dream. So mind you, when my grandma died, she had this jewelry. Actually, I still have it. This little jewelry like bag, right? It's actually a cosmetic bag, and she always put her jewelry there. Right when she died, that was gone. She always wanted her jewelry to be with us, like me and my mom, because most of it was our jewelry. It wasn't anyone else's jewelry. It was our jewelry, literally our jewelry.
And she claims it all the time.
And maybe a couple of weeks ago, maybe not even, maybe 2 weeks ago, I told you about that dream,
No,
right?
you didn't.
Did I tell you about the dream about her? About
I know
okay.
she claims it every time I go
did,
to
Mom. I told you because.
No, you didn't. But
Okay,
I know
'cause-
that every time I go to Cuba, she's claiming that jewelry of hers.
No, listen. So I had it. I've been having 2 dreams in a row. 2 dreams in a row. The first dream I had, it was maybe a month ago or something like that, right? It was pretty recent. And it was a dream of her trying to make me look through her things. Like it's like I'm in this room full of all her stuff, and she's asking me to look for something that's missing, that's gone, right? And I didn't understand what I was looking for. And I was going through all this like stuff. The second dream, I'm in this like storage room and all her things are in there, and she's asking me for her jewelry. Where's my jewelry? And I'm like looking through everything and I can't find it. And this is like a back again to her missing jewelry.
Yeah, because my mom always had jewelry, and she always said, May, if anything happens to me, here's my jewelry box. Make sure you and Carla keeps my jewelry. The jewelry is to be divided between you and the kids. Well, that jewelry that was missing had my high school graduation ring, a bracelet that she had given me when I was 16 that said my name on it. My kids, I always had little rings for them and a necklace when they were born. Their jewelry, Eric had given me 2 gold rings and a necklace that belonged to Eric. And the reason she always kept the gold, had this thing about holding gold. She had this, oh, let me hold it, I'll hold it. Well, all the jewelry was missing. And
We found it one day.
and we couldn't find, when she died, she always said, here's the bag, make sure you guys take the bag, don't let anyone take the gold. Well, when she died, the jewelry bag was empty.
It had nothing. In it.
Nothing in it. It was completely empty. And she always said she kept it in that bag, and that bag was in a little safe. Well, nothing. The safe was gone.
The
Everything.
only thing that was left in there was her mirror, her compact mirror.
Her compact mirror. And every time I get a spiritual reading, she's claiming her jewelry. Well, when I was in Puerto Rico,
It was me and you. Remember, we were outside. I will never forget it. It was me and you outside. We were just like looking. We were cleaning things up. Remember? It was outside, Mom.
What are you talking about?
The jewelry that we found.
What jewelry we found?
The Jose took.
No,
Remember?
I was in Puerto Rico, and my brother's son comes in, and he had a bracelet that had belonged to my ex. And I said, "Where did you get that?" Because I knew that I had when my ex and I had separated, I had claimed for that back because I was not going to let him wear that with no bimbo. So anyway, I'm like, "Where did you get that?" He says, "Grandma gave it to me." And I said, "Your grandma gave you that?" And then I looked at it, and he had a ring that also belonged to my ex because it was engraved with his name. And then he came out with my mom, a necklace that said my mom's name. Well, my mom is Carla's middle name. Well, then I said, every day they kept coming out with this jewelry. And I said, "Where are you guys getting this jewelry from?" Well, apparently, before my mom died, my brother must have gotten into my mom's stuff. And
He visited Mama before she died. So mind you, before she died, he visited us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking he was just having a casual visiting because like it was sincere, but he went and grabbed her things.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, I'm pretty sure he got her money too.
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken. I remember hearing that conversation that Mama was giving him money, and I was like, "What the hell are you giving him money? Like, why are you giving him money?" Anyways, when I was in Puerto Rico, I found a place where they put the jewelry at. I found it.
Why didn't you tell me that? Because
I swear I told you that I found the jewelry.
No.
Because I found my jasmine the necklace, remember?
And you didn't take anything?
I would have, if you would have
didn't
told
wanna
me
get-
that, I would have taken it. My mom, every time I get any spiritual reading, my mom is upset that her jewelry was never given to me.
And you're never gonna get that back.
Unless you go to
My high school graduation ring, my 16th birthday,
I just want to know, why would your brother keep that?
my
Like,
kids' jewelry, Eric's jewelry, all that was disappeared.
you even eat those.
I'm
necklaces.
working on my fall. You're doing fall. I'm jumping right in, not from fall. I don't do fall decoration. I'm doing Christmas decoration. I'm glad Halloween's over and I can do
Okay.
Christmas. Love Christmas.
I got my third project done.
Let me see.
All right.
Oh, you got a bow. Did you use a bow maker?
Yep.
Or did you use a bow maker or did you do it by yourself?
I did it by myself.
Oh, cool.
Speaking of which, when you had that dream about my ex, did he seem okay to you? What was it about?
I'll tell you later.
Because I need to talk to you about that too.
Looks good, Clint. And sisters needs
Well,
to get
thank
you
you.
some Christmas things.
Point is, I think everyone has unresolved issues.
I do too.
I believe that. I don't think you'll be able to just peacefully leave without at least one thing you feel like you need to do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I can use a lot of Christmas goodies.
You need Christmas goodies. I'll have to get you some Christmas goodies. That'll be
Yeah.
for your Christmas package.
That'd be like mom, like
No, because
pulling our leg.
we've adopted Clinton's sisters for Christmas for craft supplies.
Yep.
That's crazy. Makes me wonder.
Is that your grandma's rocking chair?
Yeah, that's my grandma's rocking chair.
Because you didn't have that before.
Yeah, before she got sick and everything, she said I can have it. I was like, oh, okay. And I remember when I was growing up, she would sit in this rocket chair, she would sew, knit and crochet, and she would make baby booties and knit slippers, knit blankets, and everything. I would just sit there and watch her, and she'll look at me and smile and say, "You just enjoy me crafting, don't you?" Like, "Oh, yes, I do."
Oh.
Yeah,
Mark
fine.
says, wow, that is awesome, Clint. Good job. And Gloria says,
Thank
wow,
you.
you're doing better than me with your project. Yeah, he is. He knocked out quite a big project. He
I
sure
want
did.
to show you. Look what I made. Look what else I made.
What is that?
Oh.
A little
It's
fan?
it's a wooden fence that I shabby chic.
Cool.
That's
Cool,
cute.
Clint. That looks cute.
Oh, thank you.
We'll have to get a
Thank
little
you, thank
package out for you for Christmas stuff.
Sweet.
Since all that,
Sweet.
that glue worked good for you?
Oh yeah, it does. Looks really good.
We will have to send you more because I have more. Yeah. Did she teach you how to crochet, Clint?
Yep, she taught me how to crochet, knit, and embroider and everything.
Wow.
Yep. And the rest of the stuff I just learned on my own. Like the doll making stuff, and I made a shabby chic stocking for Christmas, and I made wreaths, I made Christmas wreaths, I make all kinds of things. Name it, I can do it.
Your mom said, nice job, Clint.
Thank you, Mama.
Of course she gets it, right?
She's gonna say that boy is so spoiled. I know, I am, because I'm a crafter. You know
He's
it.
been embarrassed by all of us. He is so much fun. Yes, he is.
Yep. I'm just a funny kid.
Yes, he is, Miss Gloria.
I got a joke for you guys. You want to hear it?
What's that?
Oh, why did Santa have to get new boxers?
I don't know why.
They were
I'm
filled.
bad
They were filled. They were filled with ho ho ho's.
That was a good one. That's a good one. They're filled with. I had to read. That's a good one. They were filled with
Mama's-
hose. That's good. That's good. All right, my
Why
lady.
didn't this?
Go ahead.
Why
Miss
didn't the skeleton?
He hasn't seen any of your projects. Aw, Clint, suck it. You're not
Who?
sharing with
I'll show some of my projects. Hold on, I got one to show you. Ugh.
Oh, that's so cute. I like her. How
I
cute.
made the dress. Yep, I made the dress, and I put little pearls on her, and I made the skirt. Her arms don't move, but I made the hat for her. She's about 24 inches tall.
That is so cute, Clint.
Yeah, it is. And then I made this ornament.
Oh, that's cute. Did you
I
draw
made
that?
that. I colored it. Oh, good gun. Ugh. Thank God I had it unplugged. Haha. Oh, where is it? Right here. Oh, hold on. I'm
Miss
coming.
show the card you made, and Miss Mars said, "Wow, that's pretty."
What card? Oh, the card that I made. Oh, my leg. Hold on. Let me grab it. And I came up with another crafting idea too for my dies. I made little pockets for my metal dies.
Oh, cool. That's a good idea.
Yeah, you just take a whatever kind of card stuff this is, and just put like glue on there, and then make a little pocket and decorate the top.
That's
And
chipboard.
then, and here's a card that I made for here's a card I made for my grandma for Mother's Day.
Aw, that's so sweet for your grandma.
And then this is what the inside looks like.
Oh, how sweet.
Yeah. And then I made her this jar. Oops, let me get it. Ugh. Come back here. All right.
You need a Christmas card, said Miss Gloria.
And I made this jar.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah. I made all kinds of things. And I'll show you that card if I can get to it. Yes, I can. Hold on 1 second. Be right back. Oh.
Miss March says beautiful Clint.
Here's one that I made. And here's a card that I made for Christmas.
Oh, how adorable. That came out really nice.
These are the stamps that I used, and I put like this is a rosette that I made.
Mm-hmm. Did I send you a Christmas stamp?
No, you did not.
I didn't? Okay, I'll have to send you. I thought I sent you the Christmas stamp. I guess I'll have to send it now. I know I had got one for you. I didn't see it.
And then I got I
I
did
don't remember all that I sent.
What time is there?
Almost 2 in the morning. I gotta get ready to go because I gotta go pick something for my son to eat because he just got home from work.
When
Yep,
when
and,
did
and that's the
what's
Christmas.
What's that?
I said, there you go. That's the Christmas card.
Okay. Well, you did an awesome job.
Well,
I'll have
thank you,
to
thank
get
you.
the sister who's gonna have to send you a little Christmas package with some Christmas stuff.
Oh, yay.
Well, ladies, I am going to head out. I thank you so much for joining us today and for all the wonderful spooky or not so spooky stories.
It was good seeing you guys, and I can't wait to join you again.
Yes, and thank you, Clip, for joining us. And I don't know, I'm going to record a private video on the gnomes just to get more details on how I did that. I'll show details on how to make that hat and yada, yada, yada. But that's about that's all. I mean, it's not so hard to do. They're not very hard to do, as you guys can see.
Hey, guys, love you.
Stuffing, and that's it. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go out. I have to feed my kid. Thank you so much for joining me. I will catch you guys on the next video. Till next
Bye,
time.
everyone.
Bye. And Miss
Have a
Joyce,
nice
that
day.
one was for
Bye-bye.
you. I hope you enjoyed our ladies' pajama night.
Joyce was sleeping.
Yeah, Joyce was probably sleeping. Yeah. All right. Bye. Night.
Bye.